We've lost one. Lost it. Kind of been the question was, yeah. Somebody don't bring it up, so.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, so now everything's. You wanna go? Hopefully next.
Dana, what is
Yeah, right now I can't. Look at email.
It's really funny. I relate to your experience in a reverse manner where. Hey, how are you, my dear man? I'm so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming.
That's sticking my head out. Let me get out every now and then. I have to, yes. Glad you reminded me, because now I will.
Oh, praise the Lord. I know you do though. I know they pray the Lord.
I don't really.
It's either the flicker or the flush.
I hear you. All right, let me go speak to someone over here. Always.
Still haven't made that way out there. From that resort.
That's why
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, cool. And the show on it. Not the data. What you're saying is very important, but you're not the data. But let me call it. Fair enough. The show on this screen too? I think it does. Okay. I think it does. We don't. All right. Just bring your paper copy, just in case.
You better get it, baby. Yes, you better get it now.
I printed one out.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach on Tuesday, August 4, 2026. The time is 7:05. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Here.
Commissioner Preston,
Here.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudak, Mayor Drosky.
Here. If everyone would please stand for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Plout this evening. Keeping them your moment, the moment of silence. Pat O'Neill, Mayor Nolan's sister passed away.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get too deep into the meeting tonight, I wanted to bring something up. I've been working with the city attorney for a little bit now, not overly too long, but I'm working with him on an issue that affects how these meetings are run. And there was an incident at the end of the last meeting, which kind of brings it all to a head. And that's civility. It's civility, how you treat us and how you conduct yourselves at commission meetings. And it's civility, how we treat you as well at commission meetings. And so it's gotten to the point where these meetings have turned from business meetings into pep rallies, into minor circuses. A lot of you have told me that you can't hear each other speak because of the rumblings that are going on during the meetings. We also can't hear you up here when you're speaking. So I think to be fair, we need to hear you and you need to be able to hear us. So there has to be more decorum at these meetings. Unfortunately, our rules and procedures for the city really don't give good guidance what to do when things get a little too rowdy. So I think going forward, as I work with the city attorney on this, we want everyone to participate. We want you to be here. We want to hear everything that you have to say, and we will stay as long as we have to so that everyone has their opportunity to speak. But it has to be done with some civility back and forth. I think we've kind of lost civility in this country. Just look at some of our sister cities, which I'm not going to name by name. But things are starting to deteriorate, and I don't want that to bleed into Deerfield Beach. It's long overdue that we put something on the book. So if you get a little too rowdy, way out of line, you're going to be asked to leave right away if your behavior is egregious. If your behavior is mild, I'm just going to ask and give you a warning to please calm down. If you get a second warning, you're going to get a free trip to the parking lot by one of our armed police officers tonight. So nobody wants that. We're all here. We all have something to say. We all have opinions, and we want to hear those opinions as we go forward. Like I said, we'll stay as long as we want to. Everyone will have their 3 minutes to speak. So one of the new things that we're going to do tonight is the timer over by Madam Clerk. So it's on the desk there. It counts down your time from 3 minutes. So there's a timer to my right, your left, and it counts down your time. Now, when it gets to 30 seconds, the yellow light is going to go on and it's going to beep once. And then when your time is up, then the red light will go on and it'll beep over and over and over. So I think everyone should know what the time limit is going forward. There is no sharing time between each other. We've never done that here. There's also been never during my time requesting, an additional minute because sometimes it's given out, sometimes it's not. I don't think it's fair. It's kind of a little discriminatory sometimes. So everyone gets their 3 minutes. So start thinking now what you want to say within your 3 minutes. I think everyone's done a good job of doing that, keeping it within that timeline. And everyone, we should be able to have a good meeting if all of us abide by those rules, both us up here. Remember, I'm saying it applies to us as well as to you down there. If we do that, I think we can avoid some of the traps that the other cities and counties have fallen into as we go forward. So I see that I've got some lights on from my colleagues. I imagine they want to speak on this point. So I don't know who was first, but Vice Mayor Hudak.
Yeah, composure is extremely important, and we here on the dais are held at a higher standard. Last commission meeting, I lost my composure, so I want to apologize to the residents of District 1 and the residents of Deerfield Beach, as well as to Mr. Hers. Thank you.
Commissioner Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've received multiple calls about the very issue that we're discussing now. And the Vice Mayor is right. There has to be a measure of decorum that comes from the dais. Also, I just think it's important that that be extended both ways, and that we look for ways to communicate, and so that points are gotten across. Mayor, you said that these meetings are a business meeting. I disagree. It's not just a business meeting. It's a city affairs meeting that includes business. So whatever the issues are in our city, we discuss them. I also think it's important to realize that if one of the residents raise their voice and say some disparaging things, they're allowed to say that I'm not a good commissioner. I don't think that becomes criteria to kick them out of a meeting. So I would say that the idea of the warning is a good thing. Somebody crosses that line and begins to attack your family, that's off limits. But if they raise their voice, this is what we signed up for. We decided to take on this responsibility. We also decided that this is something that we wanted to do in the best interests of representing our constituents. And so these meetings can at times become contentious. And if that happens, that's, to me, unless something is egregious, that's got to be tolerated. From my colleagues, from me, we signed up for this, and it does not become a criteria to remove someone from a meeting. And so I think that if all of us, as the mayor said, that if we all are conscientious of what's going on, because you, the people, make up the business of Deerfield Beach. If it's not for you, there is no business. And so we want to be able to make sure that we're communicating in a way that you understand that we are here to represent your views, and that you count. You count more than anything else, because you make up the city of Deerfield Beach. We could not have all businesses here, no such thing. All cities are comprised of residential people, and that comes before anything else. So I think that if we from the dais set the standard and understand what it is that we're supposed to do, I think it will infiltrate into the chambers, and therefore meetings can be cordial, and we're able to accomplish exactly what the goals of these meetings are. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Like I said, I've been working with the city attorney well before the last meeting. So I'll be bringing something forward probably later in the fall that gives some more guidelines and some structure to this, just so we all kind of know going forward, so that there's some meat on the bone, so to speak, and the criteria that these meetings should be handled, because we don't have it in our rules right now. So that'll be forthcoming. But I do have high hopes for tonight. So let's dive into it. The first item we have tonight is approval of the city commission meeting minutes for the regular city commission meeting of June 16, 2026, and the city commission workshop meeting minutes of July 2nd, 2026, July 6, 2026, and July 15, 2026.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Vice Mayor Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of our city board minutes for the Charter Review Board meeting of May 21st, 2026, the African American Heritage Board meeting of June 9, 2026, and the Community Appearance Board meeting of June 24, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Hudak this time, seconded by Commissioner Plout. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of our agenda for this evening, August 4th, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, please.
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, item number 1 this evening.
Item number 1 is a certificate of recognition presented to Patrick Bardis, Coastal Waterway Coordinator, in recognition of his efforts with the Dune Restoration Project.
Vice Mayor Hudak, you sponsored this, so
Thank
go
you.
ahead, please. And Mr.
Thank you very
Bardis, if
much.
you want to start making your way down. Oh, there you are to
Good deal.
our left.
Got to start humming. It is my pleasure to recognize Patrick Bardis, whose dedication, leadership, and commitment to our community have resulted in an extraordinary accomplishment. The city's dune restoration project was originally planned as a 5-year initiative. Through exceptional planning, coordination, and perseverance, this project was completed well ahead of schedule while maintaining the highest standards of environmental stewardship. This achievement represents more than simply finishing a project early. It reflects commitment to protecting Deerfield Beach's natural resources, strengthening our coastline, enhancing wildlife habitat, and improving the resilience of our community for generations to come. On behalf of the City Commission and residents, we extend our sincere appreciation to Patrick Barnes for his outstanding leadership and dedication throughout the Dune Restoration Project. His professionalism, hard work, and commitment to excellence have made a lasting impact to our city. And I do want to mention that he got all of those plants for free, so it didn't cost the taxpayers anything. So really appreciate it, sir. Great job. And I believe we have a video. I hope you got the right one.
Bardis, is there anything you'd like to say?
There's just a few people I'd like to thank if I could.
Of course.
Chad Gressick and Hillary Silverstone for their continued support and help over the years. Arturo Gonzalez and George Sullivan for the use of their staff. They did an excellent job of putting in the post and rope and just assisting us all the way. Dave Hunt and Scott Tobin for making the video you just saw. Earth Balance, the company that came in and planted 22,000 plants in 6 hours. And Broward County for paying for it all. And finally, the city employees that came out to the volunteer event that we had. It was very nice and also very helpful. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We do have a certificate for you. Thank you again, Mr. Bardis, for all your hard work on this. Next, we have a special guest with us this evening, Mr. City Attorney, item number 2.
Item number 2 is a presentation by Dr. Howard Hepburn, Broward County School Board Superintendent, regarding the School Board Secure the Next Generation referendum.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. All right, I don't need this since I can see it here. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, also the public and those who may be listening online as well. First of all, I want to bring greetings from myself, the school board, and also staff. And I know also you guys are waiting to give us back all your kids next week since school starts next week, and our teachers are already in the building. And also just want to extend a sincere thank you for the partnership that the city of Deerfield Beach, that collaboration is key, and we can't do this work alone. It takes a village truly to make sure our kids have amazing things happening in the classroom that extends into the community and beyond. So today I want to talk to you about our next generation referendum, just to make sure the commission and also the public is well informed about current and also future. And then I'll have some time at the end to answer any questions that you may have. So I always like to start with, we're at a point. Okay, there we go. I always like to start with accomplishments. I've been doing amazing work the past few years in the district. When I got here, we had, D and F schools, a large amount of C schools. And over the past 3 years, we've been chipping away at that. So for the third year in a row, we are an A-rated school district with no D and F schools. Tremendous work by our staff. Yes. Tremendous work by faculty and staff, especially our teachers in the classroom, who do amazing work day in and day out for our students, and also our school leaders who are helping to facilitate those type of opportunities. I can't forget about all the unsung heroes, the bus drivers, the custodians, the folks in the cubicles in the offices, and also the hundreds of thousands of volunteers that help support us as well, and other partners in this work. Also, highest graduation rate just this past year in over 25 years. So when you take out the charter schools, just the district operated schools, 97.5% graduation rate. So we won't rest until it's 100. But that's the highest it's been in 25 years. Number one in funding in AP, ACE, dual enrollment, and industry certification. What does that mean? More of our kids are taking college level courses at the high school level. And we expose our kids to a lot of rigor starting in middle school as well, where they're taking high school courses at the middle school level. And that has equated into a tremendous amount of scholarships for this past graduating class, to the tune of $616 million in scholarships that the class of 2026 was able to earn due to taking rigorous coursework in high school. So tremendous accomplishments by our students. And also we were recognized as Cambridge Large School District of the Year. So only one large school district in the country can actually obtain that type of accomplishment. And due to the work we've been doing with acceleration, that means providing that rigorous coursework, college level coursework to our high school kids. We received that Cambridge District of the Year award just this past year. Also want to highlight Deerfield Beach's schools as well. Many A's and B's. We still have a lot of work to do. We don't rest. We're always working 24/7, 365 days a year to discover the great opportunities that we can create for our students. There's still a lot of work for us to do as a district, and certainly some work that we're trying to do in the city of Deerfield Beach to eliminate all of your C schools as well. So next year, our hopes with our team, we're always diving in, looking at the data, finding out the gaps and figuring out how we can create better opportunities for our kids. And hopefully when we stand before you next year, that all your schools will be A's and B's as well. So a lot of tremendous work by the teachers and staff in the schools right here in your city, and they're doing great work. Just a quick glance about election date. The actual referendum was usually done in the August primary date, but due to state legislation, it's been moved to the general election. So it's not in that usual cycle of coming up in August. This is not a new tax. This is actually a renewal of a mill from the voters in 2022. Also, this starts in a 27-28 school year, because we're still under the current 4 years of the last referendum that was passed by the voters in 2022. This upcoming vote for the referendum would provide an additional $358 million to Broward County Public Schools district operated schools and also charter schools as well. And it mainly supports, and I'll get a little bit more into the details of that, teachers and staff compensation. As we know, never enough money to compensate our instructional staff well. And it supports school safety and personnel and mental health professionals as well. It also helps with recruitment and retention. Our neighboring counties, Palm Beach and also Dade, have referendums and also utilize that to recruit and retain. So we're in heavy competition just to make sure we have quality instructors in our classrooms, which we've been able to secure, which has equated to the accomplishments that we've seen in the past 3 years. So as I said before, not a new tax. Just want to make sure the public is clear about that. This is a renewal of a 1 mil property tax that was approved in 2022. So it's just extending that for the next 4 years so we can continue to do the great things that we're doing for our kids in the city and especially in our schools. As I said before, for this upcoming referendum and also the current one that we're under, it helps us support high quality recruitment of high quality teachers and eligible staff and continuing that compensation. I can, some of my team members are here. Many of us were teachers. It's a thankless job. And we don't garner enough funding traditionally to compensate our teachers well. So we depend on other sources to actually supplement compensating our teachers. Also, mental health services and school safety, especially our SROs, are paid for out of this as well. As we know, mental health concerns with our youth is increasing every day. The exercising the thumb on the cell phone is really not paying off for our kids, and we see the consequences of that. And so our mental health support staff, they work hard day in and day out, not just during school hours, but also most importantly, outside of school hours. We deal with a lot of issues with assisting parents and community members because sometimes that manifests when they actually get out of school. Our safety and security is paramount for us to make sure we're following the law, ensuring that we have an armed personnel, be it a school resource officer or guardian, but depending on the school, that is stationed at our schools, and also additional safety and security staff at our schools as well, just to make sure perimeters are well manned and that there's an armed officer at every school. This definitely enhances our ability because I know costs go up. We normally contract with cities to provide the SRO service, and we know cost goes up for cities, and it cost is transferred to us and it goes up for us. This actually helps to enable us to actually adhere to some of those increased costs over time. Also, this is the ballot language that voters will see. For the sake of the public and the commission, I'll pause a bit just to give you opportunity just to peruse through it. But it pretty much covers school safety, mental health services, high quality teachers and essential employees for specifically for recruitment and retention. And then expresses the 1 mil ad valorem property tax from January the 1st, 2027 to December 31st, 2030. And all the essential services as well, as far as safety personnel in our schools, mental health services in our schools, especially increasing compensation for our teachers, which is vital to be able to carry out the things we've been doing for the past 3 years. And so for this upcoming referendum, if it's passed, this is how the split of the funds will be. 90% or more will actually be provided as compensation supplements to recruit and retain teachers and eligible staff. And so our board was steadfast on this because they understand if we can't provide our teachers proper compensation, we can't recruit and we can't retain them. Lots of competition besides being in the field of education. And we know about the affordability here in South Florida as well. 10% will be actually dedicated to school resource officers. As I said, this definitely helps to enable us to adhere to those increased costs over time for school resource officers and also other safety personnel and also mental health services that we provide to our students during school hours and after school hours. So as it breaks down for homeowners, what does this mean? What does a mill mean for a homeowner or a property owner? To the far left of the slide, if you're a single family homeowner, the average cost is about $418 per year, roughly about $35 per month. For a condominium owner, roughly about $230 per year and about $19 per month. which generates about $358 million annually. This is off of assessed taxable value for any homeowners or condominium owners. And if not renewed, this is the amount of money that actually leaves our system. And I've talked about all the things that we do to supplement what we do in the classroom, to have those tremendous accomplishments would actually equate to economic impact for many of our cities and county as a whole, when we are actually creating more than viable students who are coming out with tremendous skill sets to contribute to a career early on or take advantage of great post-secondary opportunities, and hopefully bringing it back and paying it forward to the cities that they grew up in. And if you need to learn more information, we do have a website. You can go to browardschools.com/referendum 2026. Or if you have a cell phone or mobile device, you can actually scan that QR code and it will take you to that website for any additional questions or information that you may need for anybody in the public as well. And then with that, I will take any questions. Oh yeah, I forgot the disclaimer as well. I can only educate you. I can't convince you on how to vote. So hopefully this education was worthwhile and probably answered a couple of your questions, but I am here to answer any questions that you may have about our next generation referendum.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for the presentation. We know a little bit of something about educating versus advocating.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
we're getting to it later on our agenda. So thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hudak, you'll be first, followed by Commissioner Shinetsky and Commissioner Preston.
I just want to thank you personally. What you're doing for our kids, I know it's a thankless job. So for all of the educators and the administrative staff, I just want to, I know it's a difficult job. And I just want to thank you all for everything that you do, because you're born a teacher. It's not a career. Yeah. And you can kind of tell the ones who actually love it and live it and are there for it, and the ones who are just looking for a paycheck. And that's not a place to get a paycheck these days. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It is a passion.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Shinetsky.
Well, first of all, I want to say there's a tremendous improvement in the Deerfield Beach Public Schools. I remember 3 years ago in 2023, I was out in the audience, and then Commissioner Drosky spotlighted all the public schools, all of these in the list. And I remember there was one A, but all the rest of them were Cs. So in 3 years, this is a tremendous improvement, and I want to say thank you. Now, I outreach to parents and some. We have a Deerfield Beach School Advisory Board, Education Advisory Board, and I asked, are there any questions or anything you would like to have brought?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
you're here right now, and I just want to address this. This is coming from, he's the chair of the Deerfield Beach Education Advisory Board. He asked me to ask this. He said Deerfield Beach Middle School got a B for the first time in 10 years. Congratulations. Is it possible to beautify the entryway to the Deerfield Beach Middle School? It is on Deerfield Beach School property. It's not city property. Is it the entrance way to the main office coming off Southeast 6th Avenue? He's saying it's really not, doesn't look
Gotcha.
well. It looks really bad. So he was asking, as a former teacher who goes, he says, is there any way that we could beautify Deerfield Beach Middle School? It really needs to be fixed up. So that's a question that he asked.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a great question. Probably got to be a few weeks ago now when we went over, we call it DFP, our district facilities plan, and the funding that goes towards it. The board did commit $23 million for purposes like that to fix up the exterior face of schools and the entryway. So yes, there is money funded for that now. And so we'll actually be talking to school principals to find out what their specific needs are, so we can start mobilizing teams to start addressing it.
Thank you. I have another question. We just finished going over a budget for this year. And one of the things that we brought up is the Deerfield Beach Middle School, which was landmarked, I think from the 1930s. It has a 277 seat auditorium. In the capital budget for the city, we're looking to maybe design to fix that up, to use it maybe as a forum. I know in 2023, again, when I was sitting in the audience, we brought this up. It was in the newspaper to do something with it. It's just sitting there. It's beautiful landmark and it's landmarked,
Yep.
but it's just sitting
Mhm.
there. I know it went to your desk. And I know the city is getting involved and I just wanted to touch on
Yep.
it. Could you give it an update on that, if that will happen?
Yep, no specific updates. I know my team and the city manager has been discussing opportunities as well as I think it's some other easement, opportunities as well. So I don't have any specific updates right now. I know we're in discussion. And so I know we're a great partner, so we'll make whatever the opportunity is work for both of us. Just to make sure, it can be used instead of just sitting there. Because one thing, many of the buildings that we own, and I know we're going through consolidations of some schools and things like that. And our mission is to make sure that all of the spaces are either used by us or used by the community for a specific purpose.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you. And my
absolutely.
final question is, I know about 2-3 years ago, City Commissioner Ben Preston, we voted on an ordinance. Again, I was
Mhm.
out in the audience, but they voted on an ordinance to make a youth city commission.
Mhm.
And it's a wonderful idea and it got passed by the city commission. It's sort of on the training stage right now. Is that something that you would support if Deerfield Beach has a youth city
Oh,
commission?
absolutely.
You would support it?
Oh,
and give
absolutely.
Possibly resources?
Yep.
And all right, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything to facilitate student opportunities, we're all for.
All
Yeah,
right, thank you
absolutely.
so much, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Hepburn, thank you for the presentation. Very well done. But there's so much here that should not be overlooked. Broward County has in excess of 2 million people that reside here. Obviously, it's the second largest county in Florida. And to have an A-rated district for 3 years, no D's or F student schools for the third consecutive year, and the highest graduation rate in 25 years. These are things that you actually can hear in terms of just data and numbers and not really understand the significance of its meaning. This is huge. This is huge. You have to go into the social atmosphere to take these numbers and unravel it. What does it really mean? How many kids that would have dropped out, that didn't drop out, that will come back to the community and be functional under your leadership because these sort of things is happening. And so, I just wanted to, like the Vice Mayor, just thank you for the growth because, I know that you're doing a great job. It's obvious with what you're doing. I wish we could pay you millions of dollars, but you know what? The teachers and what they do is, this is how our community and our society stay functional because of what you're doing. So thank you very much. It's appreciated. And I want you to always consider that the city of Deerfield Beach is a willing partner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Plout?
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Hepburn, I want to thank you first for coming tonight. And on behalf of all the property owners and taxpayers, as they know, there's several things on their tax bill. The school board's the biggest one. So thank you for keeping it at 1 mil. And also, I'd like to inform the public how involved that you are, very impressively, being the representative for the Broward League of Cities for the city of Deerfield Beach. I see you once a month on Thursday night meetings. You're always there. And it's one of the first people that I see that I'm able to greet when I walk in the door.
Absolutely.
So I thank you for your attendance there so you can keep a pulse on the county.
Yeah, thank you.
Mention that
Thank you.
because people aren't aware of that, how involved you are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. I have one question for you.
Absolutely.
It's a substantive question. So on page 6 of your presentation, it talks about the SROs funding and maintaining the SROs. And I attended a series of meetings with you in my capacity with the Broward League of Cities discussing the SRO issue. And what many of our residents may not know is that, and I may use old numbers, but the point is going to come across is that roughly an SRO, school resource officer, all in is in the 180,000-ish figure. But we get reimbursed around 119,000-ish. So that delta, that 60,000-ish delta, falls on the cities, when really a lot of the cities believes that should be a school board function. So will the money that's coming from this additional mill when it gets approved, will that help reduce the delta for the SROs?
That will help tremendously. Tremendously. It was one of the important things about making sure we have a comparable percent dedicated to safety and security so it can assist with closing that delta. Because we know the burden that it has on the cities as well. We know costs keep going up, insurance, health insurance, and all those aspects, retirement costs and all of that. We know that continues to goes up. So we're mindful of that and want to make sure we're strong partners in the future too.
Yeah, I mean, protecting our children is non-negotiable.
Yeah.
So that's why the city is a willing partner. And we're okay paying that delta, but the more we can get off our books, obviously,
Absolutely.
the better, especially
Yeah.
not knowing what's going to happen this fall.
Yeah.
So, and of course, you're in the same boat.
Yep, lots of
so-
uncertainty. Yeah.
But otherwise, thank you for coming and your entire staff that you brought as well tonight. We appreciate you being here.
And thank you. Thank you for the continued partnership.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
We'll give them 30 seconds to leave. And while they do, Mr. City Attorney, you can tee up item number 3 for public hearings, please.
Item number 3 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and adopting the fiscal year 2026-2027 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Annual Action Plan, and projected use of $735,662 in CDBG funds, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Salas. I assume you're making the presentation since you're here.
I guess.
Okay.
Greetings, Mayor, Commission. Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services. And tonight before you, I have the City of Deerfield Beach CDBG Annual Action Plan. This is something that's due each year to HUD on August 15th. So we're right on time tonight getting this item approved. So tonight I'll discuss the CDBG program a little bit. We'll talk about the accomplishments we had in this previous year. We'll look at the requirements of the plan, the timelines, and then the annual project budget for the upcoming year. So CDBG, Community Development Block Grant for our newer commissioners, is a federally funded program. These funds come from HUD and they're designed to assist low to moderate income households. And with these program guidelines, there's some goals that we must meet. We must provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing and provide a suitable living environment and expand economic opportunities. So each project here funded by CDBG must meet one of the national objectives. And here you see on the right of the slide, you'll see some photos of projects that took place here in the city, which we did a playground recently at Oviedo McKeithen Park. We've done some sidewalk improvements as well as we provide transportation services. So the national objectives are listed here. They must benefit low to moderate income persons, which 100% of our funds are utilized on low to moderate. Aid prevention of elimination of slum or blight. We don't have that currently right now, or urgent need. So these are the 3 national objectives. So to do a project, they must fall within one of these categories. So these are some requirements of CDBG. Again, 70% of the funds must benefit low to moderate. As I mentioned, we do 100%. So here are some examples of some of the activities that you can use your funds for, which is see direct benefit would be something like our housing rehabilitation program or our purchase assistance program. And then you have area benefit, which would be a playground or sidewalk or one of those type of projects that we often do here in the city as well. And then we have our limited clientele, which would be for our senior center, which we host transportation services with these CDBG dollars, as well as we do health and social services, and several classes over there are funded through CDBG. So as you can see, there's a 20% allocation that's for planning and admin for city staff and their time devoted to operating these programs. So here is a chart of the landscape of our income guidelines. So HUD produces this every April. This year we had it a little late. We got it in June, but I oftentimes like to use a family of 4 as a baseline. So if you go down to line item 4, where it says a family of 4, CDBG will stop at low income where you see 101,400. So you see a moderate column to the far right. That's for our SHIP funds. which we have to provide those numbers because we do provide assistance for those in that category, but very limited based on state statutes. But for the most part, we can't exceed that low income column. So you see a family of four again is 101,400 to qualify for our programs. So here is a recap of our accomplishments for this past year. As you can see, we used the vast majority of our funding on home repairs. This was a very good year for home repairs. We were able to assist a total of 19 households. With purchase assistance, we're still lagging there. Last year, we had some lags there and we continued there. We were only able to assist two households. And I think I mentioned to you guys last year where what we face now with our purchase assistance program is when we get a qualified applicant, the housing stock that they qualify for is very limited to none. So as we all know, the price of housing is very high right now. So we'll get someone qualified, but they just can't find a house that fits within the guidelines. So that's our challenges there. And then you can see here, we did some infrastructure. We did some infrastructure projects over with some transit water pipes. We did some sidewalk improvements. And then public services will be our adult daycare, health and wellness program, and transportation, which I want to point out transportation here. We had a huge increase, uptick in riders using our transportation services. So somewhere in the 100, 150 last year. This year we had 507. So huge uptick there. So for this upcoming year, our allocation that we're receiving from HUD is 735,662. And you kind of see how we have our funds allocated here. We have planning, public services, some public infrastructure improvement, and we'll continue with our purchase assistance and home rehab programs. And that's pretty much how the funds will be allocated. So at this point, what I'm asking for commission is to adopt this annual action plan so that we can submit it to HUD by our August 15th deadline. But before you guys do that, are there any questions?
Commissioner Shinesky, followed by Commissioner Plow.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Well, first, I want to make a statement, if it's okay. First, I want to say thank you from the Community Development Block Grant. It started, I think it was in May, a transportation for senior citizens in Century Village. Basically, and it's a partnership with the city through the block grant, Century Village, Sen Club, they provide the space, and also Nina's Food Bank. Since May, senior citizens that sign up with your agency, they get on a bus that's in Century Village at the clubhouse, and that's where Century Village is involved, on Mondays at 2 p.m. The bus takes them to Nina's Food Bank, and they're given free food from Publix, everything from produce, everything. It's brought to them, and then they go back to Century Village. It drives them back. So this block grant has been a lifesaver. And these several months, I've had people come up to me and they say, I want to thank the city so much for doing this. Groceries are going up, so they're really hurting financially, and they were having to scrimp on their food, and everything's going up, even their assessment fees, their housing. So this really helped them. So I want to say this is excellent. This is a way that government has been helping people and will continue to help people. So I want to say thank you, Jonathan, and also thank you to the staff for putting this together. Thank you. Well,
Thank you. I believe Commissioner Plow was next, followed by Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say, Mr. Salas, thank you so very much to you and also to Giovanni Moss, your assistant, and all of your staff. It's no small job to get $735,662 out of the federal government and have it delivered and given and distributed in such a wonderful way for public facilities, home repairs, transportation, adult daycare. I mean, it is a fabulous place that you have over there at the Braithwaite Center. All the activities for the seniors and as Mr. Shinesky mentioned, the transportation back and forth and whatnot. It is really something to see. I'm so glad that the previous administration here in Deerfield Beach expanded that and had that building built, because there was a lot of people that said we didn't need it. So congratulations and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Salas, just want to thank you for a wonderful job that you and your staff are doing in this area. It's very, very important. When I first came to office, there was an issue though with the home rehab, and I'm just gonna just ask you to really just keep an eye on this. And that was with the contractors. Now, the city did get rid of those people that were not doing the right thing and their work was shoddy, but it did exist. So just keep an eye on those contractors that sometime are looking for free money. And then when something happens, they're not willing to embrace the responsibility to rectify and to change what has happened under their work. So just make sure that the contractors that are doing the work in the people's home should, and when they go into the people's home, they should go in there with a measure of respect, understanding that sometimes people are having financial issues. These programs are set up to help and not degrade. So just keep an eye on that if you would. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salas. Stay close, maybe the front row, because it is a public hearing. We'll open it to the public, and then if we need you back, just stay close, okay? Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item 3 this evening?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll open it to the public. Anyone inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 3 this evening? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online that would like to speak on item 3?
Former State Representative Gwen Clark Reed.
Okay, we're gonna, hang on, former Commissioner Battle. We're gonna take former Representative Gwen Clark Reed online, please.
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. As a former elected official, having dealt with the CDBG funds when they first came to the city of Deerfield Beach, I am very happy to see that this program is still moving forward and helping our residents. My only concern is that I heard Mr. Salas say that in the monies allotted for purchasing first-time home buyers, that the cost of housing here in the city of Deerfield Beach has they've not been able to get anyone through that portion of the program. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, former state representative, but we can't really go back and forth.
Yes, but I just want to know if I heard that part correctly. That's all. Because if there's some way that we need to look at allotting funds in a different formula, I think we may need to look at that. And so that we can help at least one person during the year, hopefully purchase a home. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else online? Okay, former Commissioner Battle, you're next.
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I am just coming before you to thank Mr. Salas, first of all, and to let you all know how much those funds mean to the community. And if you're sitting there and you might want to take a vote on this, I ask you to please vote yes to approve this program that he's putting forth. And I also would like to say to you all, thank you for the Braithwaite Center for Active Aging. I was at a program yesterday and I didn't even know this myself. That site where the program was the first colored school in Broward County, not Dillard High as we think, but it was right there on that site at Braithwaite. So thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Salas.
Absolutely. Thank you. Is there anyone else inside the commission chamber that'd like to speak on item number 3 this evening? Last chance, Madam Clerk, last chance for online. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing on item number 3. Commission, if you don't have any questions, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 3 by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Hudak. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, we're up to item number 4 this evening.
Item number 4 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 98 Land Development Regulations, Sections 98-10, 98-12, 98-14, 98-15, and 98-17 of the city's Land Development Code to provide for administrative approval of plats in accordance with Section 177.071 Florida statutes. Amending Chapter 14 Building and Building Regulations, Section 14-69 Plat Book, and Section 14-72 Development Plats to contain street names, and amending Chapter 22 Cemeteries, Section 22-2 Burial Prohibited except in duly designated or platted cemeteries of the City Code of Ordinances to provide for consistency with the administrative plat approval process, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is second reading.
This was just an administrative update to our code. It is second reading. I don't see any lights, so we'll go to public hearing. Madam Clerk, is there anyone that signed up for item number 4 this evening?
No, sir.
Is there anyone inside the commission chamber now that would like to speak on item number 4? Madam Clerk, how about online? Is there anyone have
No,
their
sir.
hand raised for item 4?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item number 4. Commission?
Motion to approve item 4.
Second.
Motion to approve item 4 by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yeah, I guess I'll do it too. Yeah.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes, his vote doesn't count twice, okay? So just the once. Okay, we're all here next, Mr. City Attorney, before you start for item number 5. I'm sure everyone's here for item number 5 this evening. So again, for those of you that may have come in late, we'll stay as late as we have to hear every single one of you that wants to speak. We just ask that we do it polite and civilly because the last couple of meetings have been a little louder, so it's hard for us to hear you down there. And I've heard from some of you down there that it's hard to hear each other when people are speaking because of the comments going back and forth. So if it all can listen to each other, it'd be really important because we do want to hear what you have to say. We appreciate you all taking the time coming out. I certainly appreciate the phone calls and the emails that I've received. I've met with people here at City Hall last Saturday and Sunday regarding all these issues. Emotions are high on all sides on all of these issues, which is good, which means that democracy is working and that there's a spirited debate on the issues. So everyone is doing what they're supposed to be doing and having the conversations that we need to have. So we're going to get into item number 5 now. Mr. City Attorney, if you could read number 5, please.
Item number 5 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving certain amendments to the city charter subject to voter approval. Calling for a referendum election on the proposed amendments to the city charter to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of the proposed charter amendments, providing for requisite ballot language, providing a procedure for balloting, providing for notice, providing for related matters, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. This is second reading.
Okay, thank you. So before we get too far into it this evening, I do want to look at item number E first because there has been or I'm proposing a change from first reading to second reading. So Madam Clerk, do you have item E that you can pull up? So item E or amendment E for the charter amendment is with respect to the public disposition ordinance for 7 properties exceeding $750,000. So I took a harder look at this one in the intervening 2 weeks since first reading. And I asked for and I received a copy of all of the public lands that we have here in the city of Deerfield Beach. And it's an extensive list, but some of them include like City Hall, where we are now, the police station across the street, our fire stations. So a lot of those properties are higher value properties. So I wanted to see how many lower value properties that we have, because the 750,000, my initial thought or objective in doing this is, can we take this 750,000 and bump that up to something that makes more sense instead of taking it completely out of the chargers? It's something that we can do 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. And as I looked through the list, the answer became increasingly clear that no, the answer is no, in my opinion, because the the test is what is the value of the property, the fair market value of the property. And you look at the list of the properties, it has the list there of what the just valuation is according to the property appraiser. So if you go online and pull up your property online, it gives you the just valuation, but we all know that's not what you could sell it for. It's a lot more than that number. But that's the number that you get taxed on actually. So if we were to look at the entire list of the properties, it would have to be a really high number. It would have to be somewhere probably in excess of 25, 30 million to even begin to make sense, because most of our properties, have increased in value since that time. So to pick an arbitrary number above 750,000 after I looked at the property values didn't make sense to me. It would be an arbitrary, just kind of throwing the dart out there and asking the voters to approve it. So instead, I came up with this alternate language, which is on the screen there, because if you looked at the other amendments that we're asking the voters to evaluate this fall, we have some kind of explanation of why it's on the ballot, but item E did not. Actually, it was just kind of a straight, do you want to change this or not? So this is the new language that I proposed, and it was put on the backup for tonight to kind of elaborate on item E, to kind of give it a little more indication of what what this amendment is all about, so that the voters can make a more informed decision, yay or nay on item E. So the new proposed language, and I'm sorry there's not a red line, so I'll read the entire thing, is shall the charter be amended to remove the requirement that voters approve at a referendum election and instead authorize the city commission to approve the sale, gift, trade, transfer, or lease of all or a portion of, or an interest in city-owned real property with the fair market value exceeding 750,000, thereby eliminating the additional time and cost of conducting referendum elections for such transactions. So you can tell kind of in the middle and towards the end is where the elaboration is, to kind of let the voters know, and they can make up their own minds going forward. But I thought the additional information would help, because it was kind of stale the way that we had it before. So I know it's second reading, so I would propose for item E, the change that is up there on the screen, but otherwise all the other amendments to remain the same. So there's no lights, so we'll go straight to the public hearing. So I know everyone's going to, Commissioner, if you could wait, let's hear from the public. They've been very patient with us so far. They've sat for, close to an hour. So we appreciate everyone being here. So I know some of you have signed up. We're going to take those of you that signed up with Madam Clerk first. We're then going to take those of you that are here in person, and then we'll go online to those that are on Zoom that want to speak on the charter amendment. So again, those that signed up online will go last. Well, actually, it depends. I guess you could sign up online too. So whoever signed up will be first. I know the Madam Clerk has some sheets. She's going to read off the first name and then the backup. When the backup comes, then she'll read the next name. So there'll be a procedure to all of this. So Madam Clerk, with that, who's first and then who will be on deck?
Dan Hers and then Tom Connick.
Okay, Mr. Hers, you're first. Come on down.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue, District 1. First, I want to accept Commissioner Hudak's apology. But if it happens again, could you call me Mr. Peanut? Because then people will think I work for Planters. So I'm here about ballot question D, the one changing election dates and extending your terms. I want to be clear. I'm not opposed to moving our elections to November to line up with the presidential election. That part makes sense, and the ballot language says so plainly. What concerns me is what the ballot language leaves out. Question D tells voters that current commissioners and the mayor get a 20-month term extension. It does not tell voters that the same ordinance also amends section 3.04-3 of the charter so that those 20 months don't count toward your 8-year term limit. That's not a minor technicality. It directly determines whether some of you are still eligible to run again after this extension. Voters deserve to know that before they vote, not after. Florida law requires ballot summaries to be written in clear and unambiguous language and to disclose the chief purpose of the measure, a provision that changes how term limits apply to the very office holders voting to extend their own terms is not a side detail. It is a chief purpose. Leaving it out of the ballot question while it sits quietly in the charter text on page 8 of a 34-page ordinance does not meet that standard. I'm asking you tonight, before you adopt this ordinance on second reading, to fix the ballot language for question D so it explicitly discloses the term limit change. If a citizen has to read past page 8 of the packet to find out that your own term limits are being altered, the ballot question has not done its job. This is a simple fix. It doesn't require you to abandon the November election date change. It just requires the ballot to say what it actually does. I'm asking you to make that change tonight. Specifically, I am asking the commission to revise question D so that voters are not misled about the fact that this extension allows sitting office holders to serve beyond the city's 8-year term limit. In today's Sun Sentinel, there is a statement from Commissioner Hudak. It's as follows. Our responsibility as commissioners is to be fiscally responsible to taxpayers. Of the two options presented to the commission by the Charter Review Committee, the option we are giving voters is by far and away the most fiscally responsible and expeditious way to accomplish November election. The facts are that the Charter Review Committee gave only one option: keep the March 27 and 29 elections and cut the term short by 4 months, which is allowed by law. One sentence more and I'm done. What Commissioner Hudak voted for was a sneaky, underhanded way for him to stay in office, which no one in District 1 wants. Thank you.
We could please keep the applause to a minimum, please. Mr. Koenig?
Tom
Who's-
Koenig,
who's on deck,
411
Madam
East
Clerk?
Hillsborough Boulevard, Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Madam Clerk, who's on deck?
Sophia Monalesco.
Great.
We're,
Thank
we're here tonight on a situation that started a year ago, but what was known a year ago was that the three of the persons on the dais, the mayor and Commissioner Udek and Plout, had already decided that they were not going to accept there being no changes to the charter, that there were going to be amendments. And what they did is the way they've done this was in a way where basically they came, if you go to all of the meetings and you listen to it, you don't hear the proposal in 11.01, which talked about completely eliminating floor area ratio and completely changing the mixed use and the accessory use. In 11.02, you don't talk about, no one came up and discussed, hey, let a developer use technical deviations. I haven't seen that section 7 that is there tonight. I went through, I looked at the backup. For some reason, I didn't see that. I'm not sure what the language is, but what I'm saying is there's no question tonight that these ballot measures are going on. That was clear at the last meeting. There's nothing that's changed it. There's nothing the citizens can do. They're helpless to do it until November, when they can vote no on each of these things.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Mrs. Manalesco, you're up. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Diana Rice.
Hello, Sophia Manolesco, 536 Northeast 20th Avenue. So thank you, first of all, for taking my calls, for responding to my emails. I've gone over a lot of concerns, and I appreciate that the dialogue is open. Let me start by saying to you and to everybody listening that we are going to have a tremendous economic improvement and growth with the restrictions that are in place already, because the land on the northeast and the southeast side on the barrier island is selling like hotcakes. We just sold an old house that was torn down for $1,200,000. And this is a single lot. And they're going to be building, I think, 4 to 6 beautiful new condos. So we're going to have a lot of new residents. There's a lot of new constructions coming up. And this is within the already existing restrictions and protections in the charter. We also agree that the one problem area is the center of the island, where we need to do something about the dilapidated hotels. But we must be careful because we can't change the restrictions on the entire neighborhood for just that one square block. The reason being that we're already looking at a very large increase in residents, and we don't have a backup plan for safety and for evacuation. And even if one person feels concerned about that, I think we can postpone this particular issue and talk about it and discuss it and try to smooth it out a little more so that our primary responsibility, which is, the safety of the neighborhood, that's taken into consideration. And as I was saying, other than these hotels and the center that needs to be redone, and it needs to be redone for the residents, for the new residents coming in. The gentrification is happening. So I would respectfully ask you to reconsider putting this on the ballot as is, or rearrange it so that we don't have to worry about increasing density on the small side streets, but we can actually focus on repairing and giving a facelift to the center of the Deerfield Island where all the action is happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Manuelsko. Mrs. Rice, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Chad Shelliden.
My name is Diana Rice, and I live at 1232 Southeast 11th Avenue in District 1. Deerfield Beach helped raise me. Sorry, I don't like speaking in front of people. I moved here in 1982, graduated from Deerfield Beach High School, and built my life here. I submitted a longer written comment with actual things that can help, that I thought could help, after trying to read everything that was out there. So my respectful request tonight is simple. Please vote no on all these charters in its current form. I want to acknowledge everyone who has shown up tonight and everything I've heard in all these meetings online and stuff. The people speaking passionately are here because they deeply care about Deerfield Beach and fear losing something they value. At the same time, our elected officials carry the heavy responsibility of balancing growth, legal requirements, financial realities, and competing needs across an entire city. That's a big burden. As a mental health counselor, I know that good decisions require both reason and emotion. Facts help us understand what may work. Emotions help us understand what people value, fear losing, and need acknowledged. We need both. But when people do not feel heard, communication becomes louder, positions become harder, and trust breaks down. This is why the process surrounding these charter changes matter. I recognize that some proposals have legitimate goals. Moving elections to November could increase participation and reduce costs. Responsible growth supports our city's economic health. I am not opposed to progress or November elections. However, question D would provide that no elections be held in March 2027 or March 2029, and would extend the current terms of the mayor and commissioners by approximately 20 months. Even when intentions are entirely honorable, advancing a proposal that extends the terms of the officials voting on it creates an understandable appearance of self-interest. At a time when trust is super fragile, people, super fragile, avoiding that appearance matters. Other questions would remove existing voter approval and beach development protections. Before permanent changes advance, residents deserve a clear explanation of what safeguards would replace them. Availability of information is not the same as public understanding. A no vote tonight does not mean rejecting progress or dismissing the commission's hard work. It means choosing a better process. After this meeting, we all hopefully will still be neighbors. Please slow the process down, preserve the elections residents that they expected, consider reasonable alternatives, and return with proposals the public can evaluate with confidence. Let this be the moment Deerfield Beach lowers the temperature and begins rebuilding trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rice. You did just fine. Madam.
Chad Shelliden,
Who's on deck,
109
Madam Clerk?
Southeast 13th Street. If you vote to place the toxic charter amendments on the November ballot, you'll be facing a recall action. In the July 30th issue of the New Pelican, the mayor said, "The proposed charter amendments were initiated by a Citizens Charter Review Board. It has been over 20 years since updates to the charter have been proposed. So now a new generation will have a say in the future of Deerfield Beach." The mayor's explanation is incomplete, misleading, deceptive, and designed to avoid responsibility. The members of this dais initiated the charter review process, not the voters. You all handpicked and appointed the members for the Charter Review Board. The Charter Review Board is not voting tonight. You are. The voters were not behind this charter amendment package. You were. What the mayor's statement does not explain is why this commission wants to cancel the March 27 and 29 elections and allow current office holders to remain in power and give themselves an additional 20 months with their taxpayer-funded compensation, employment benefits, and pensions. You could easily preserve our scheduled election and use shortened terms in the next two elections. Instead, you selected the alternative that personally benefits the officials presently sitting on this dais and their friends. That benefit is not theoretical. It is entrenchment. Less than 4 years ago, Deerfield Beach voters were asked to vote to increase the terms of the commission by increasing their time in office. The voters overwhelmingly rejected it with 73% of the vote. This is not a fresh electorate reconsidering an ancient, outdated, obsolete rule. It is substantially the same community being asked to participate in a political do-over because some current officials prefer a different outcome, one that would personally benefit them. This do-over is not a new generation of voters. When elected officials use the machinery of government to pursue a personal, political, and financial benefit that the voters have already overwhelmingly rejected, that conduct creates the unmistakable appearance of political corruption and constitutes a profound breach of the public trust. You were elected to conduct the business of Deerfield Beach for the benefit of its residents, property owners, and taxpayers. You were not elected to redesign the charter to prolong your own authority, preserve your compensation and benefits, protect favored appointees, or weaken the ability of voters and future commissioners to do the same job you were given. Political corruption does not begin and end with cash passed under a table. Political corruption is the abuse of entrusted governmental power to obtain or preserve personal, financial, political, or preferential benefits. A yes vote tonight is not by itself a crime, but if the evidence establishes knowing sunshine law violations, bid tampering, official misconduct, corrupt misuse of public office, falsification or concealment of public records, procurement violations, or other criminal conduct, these matters will not remain merely political allegations. You have a choice tonight. You can listen to the residents and table or reject these amendments, or you can vote yes and personally assume responsibility for advancing them. Thank you.
Madam Clerk? Again, let's get
Dan
the clapping to.
Rakowski and then April Bolowich.
Mr.
Dan
Rakowski,
Rakowski,
welcome.
5397 Orange Drive, Suite 201. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm the president of the Broward Deputy Sheriff's Association, IUPA Local 6020. We are the union for a collective bargaining unit of approximately 1,500 law enforcement deputies and sergeants in the BSO Department of Law Enforcement. I'm in my 38th year of service as a law enforcement officer in South Florida, and in addition to the leadership role I am greatly honored to currently play, I also had the honor of a long and distinguished career with the Pembroke Pines Police Department, where my final 7 years were spent as a member of the command staff in a city where we provided police services for almost twice as many people who live in Deerfield Beach, so I know a little something about running a police department. I have come to know Deerfield Beach well during my almost 15 years with BSO. It is a wonderful city with great people, a diverse citizenry, terrific businesses, great industrial base, and a very pretty beach. The deputies who work here are paid far below the pay scales of all surrounding cities and neighboring sheriff's offices. They are the lowest paid in the county, yet they consistently provide top-notch professional law enforcement services to this city that should far outweigh any extracurricular issues. I know this because I've spent a great deal of time working in Deerfield Beach alongside these dedicated men and women. I had the privilege of conducting candidate endorsement screening with Mayor Drosky, Commissioner Plout, and Commissioner Shinesky at our office in late 2024. During that interview, each of you pledged your support to the law enforcement profession, agreed that our deputies deserve better pay and working conditions, and you assured us that you will continue to maintain an open line of communication with IUPA 6020. In fact, that last sentence was lifted verbatim from the letters of endorsement with which we provided you. When you assumed office, Commissioner Shinesky was the only one who honored this promise. For Mayor Drosky and Commissioner Plout, You both got sucked into a strong vortex of animosity against the sheriff that ultimately drove you to force a decision to discontinue BSO services. That is not what the people of Deerfield Beach want, is not in the best interest of the city, its residents, or its visitors, and is based purely on personality and politics, not the responsible fiscal stewardship and leadership that you were elected to provide these fine people. Like too many politicians, you behave like charlatans. The disdain you have for how the sheriff treats you personally should not carry over to influence your decisions as it relates to BSO. And now, through manipulation within the political process, you are doubling down on a bad decision. You cannot provide the level of services that my colleagues provide for less money than you pay BSO. Saying so is pure dishonesty. Trying to extend your elected terms to gain more control over killing the BSO separation process are going to be seen by your constituents for just what it is, more political chicanery. And the efforts to force a supermajority of the commission just to anyone trying to correct the mistake you have made is more betrayal to the people that trusted and elected you, as well as those who endorsed you in those elections. I can say that I often disagree with Sheriff Tony, and that he and I see many issues in diametric opposition, but I continue to work for what is best for my constituents, our members, not myself or political aspirations. Before I finish, I want to make sure that Commissioner Shinesky knows that he can count on us to endorse him if he runs again. But I certainly hope that none of the other three amigos come knocking again,
Wind
because
it up,
we will
please.
most certainly be busy speaking to people who do not use political office for personal gain.
Mrs. Bolowicz, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Alinda Kiss.
Good evening. April Bolowicz, 899 Northeast 4th Street. I'm a resident, just a kid from Deerfield Beach, like my Historical Society t-shirt says. I'm not a developer. I don't have a condo on the beach, and I don't live on the island. But these charter amendments affect me, and they affect every Deerfield Beach voter here. This isn't just a District 1 issue. Very complicated, extremely serious issues like cementing in your own public safety decisions by forcing a supermajority, extending your own terms, removing restrictions that the voters put into place 22 years ago. They deserve time for residents to become informed. Here's one of the issues that everybody still seems to be confused by: floor area ratio. I'm going to make this brief. Think giraffe. Giraffe equals building height, tall and skinny. Hippopotamus is your floor area ratio. Takes up all the floor space and all the green space too. Different shapes, same number of apartments, parking, and cars. Both need to keep these restrictions. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote no on placing any of these charter amendments on the November ballot, because you can just put them on the March 2027 ballot where they belong. Vote by mail ballots for the November 3rd national election will be mailed out in 7 weeks. It took me longer than that just to figure out what floor area ratio is and why it's so important tonight. The biggest umbrella concern is that we already have a scheduled election just 6 months away. But you're asking to move all these heated and complex issues ahead to the national election. 6 months isn't fast enough. Unfairly facing an accelerated decision-making process gives voters less than 2 months to learn about changes that permanently affect how Deerfield Beach is governed and developed. There is no public emergency or outcry needing this early deadline. Significant decisions deserve a deliberate process. Your proposal to extend your own terms by 20 months is especially troubling. Overstaying your welcome this long should also catch the attention of every single one of the other 52,000 registered Deerfield Beach voters who would become unwilling subjects to your extended decision-making authority. Asking for 20 additional months of unelected power, pay, benefits, and travel is egregious. You can avoid a conflict of interest simply by placing these questions where they belong, on the scheduled March ballot. Remember Katrina? Does anyone remember how it felt watching that long line of cars leaving on the highway, trying like hell to get out of New Orleans? What do you think I-95 is going to look like when we increase our city's population the way you want? Please vote no on this. Common sense.
Thank you. Mrs. Kiss, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
No one else signed up, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Elinda Kiss, 1627 Riverview Road, District 1. Good evening, Mayor Drosky, Vice Mayor Hudick, Commissioners Preston, Shinesky, and Plout. I am speaking tonight to oppose placing any amendments to Article 11.01 of the city charter on the ballot. While developers may advocate for the removal of current floor area ratios, these regulations serve as vital community safeguards. Weakening these protections, even slightly, poses a direct threat to our barrier island. Eliminating these limits will worsen traffic congestion, critically strain our emergency evacuation routes, and exacerbate our existing parking shortage. The Charter Review Board's recommendation for amendment to 11.01 was passed 3-2, not unanimously. The ultimate responsibility to protect our community's infrastructure rests entirely with you, this commission. If the commission insists on advancing to a public vote on Amendment 11 to Article 11.01, I strongly urge you to delay it until the March 2027 ballot for two critical reasons. First, fiscal responsibility. The upcoming vote on Florida's Amendment 3 could reduce Deerfield Beach's revenue by over $12 million, representing an 18% budget cut. We must fully understand our municipal financial outlook before making irreversible changes to our density regulations. And voter focus. The upcoming November ballot is overcrowded with multiple high-stakes races, including candidates for governor, senator, congressional, and state legislators, alongside complex constitutional measures. Local issues will get lost in the noise. Postponing this critical local matter to March 2027 ensures that Deerfield Beach residents can give these profound charter changes the undivided attention and careful consideration that they truly deserve. Regarding having green markets and other events in the larger main parking lot, that's great. However, I request that you designate a portion of the lot still for parking for these events to maintain accessibility for off-island visitors. Thank you for your time, for your leadership, for your service, and your continued commitment to protecting our city.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to shift to those online. I'm just kidding. We're going to shift to those that are in the commission chamber that did not sign up.
Go
ahead, yes.
Christina D. Christopher, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue. Mr. Connick said, you can hear me? No? Mr. Connick said the vote was already decided, but I don't think that's true because I trust the process. Everybody wants to talk about particular items in the charter amendments, but the ordinance being voted on tonight isn't for one or two items. It's for any and all of these items to be placed on the ballot in 3 months instead of in March, only 4 months later. So whether or not you agree with people's individual preferences on how they would vote on an amendment, it's irrelevant since this vote isn't about that. Moving forward with the vote as it's presented now is too convoluted. It's very clear across the board that it isn't about what residents are saying, but how they're saying it. Residents are begging commissioners for many different things, but everyone is begging. Many people have already spoken about the lack of trust that the public has in the current commission. A liar is someone who wants trust without truth, and a manipulator is someone who wants power without accountability. At the bare minimum, please fight for your own integrity by showing that you're willing to prove to your constituents that you're going to do the work that needs to be done in the name of building trust, increasing transparency, and collaboration so people can enjoy living in this city. I don't see any way that moving the charter amendment vote up to November, when the only thing that could potentially heal this situation is time, would be helpful. Commissioner Preston was really listening when he said residents don't feel secure, and what's occurring right now further erodes trust in the process. Last meeting, he asked what the commission can do to build confidence in the system. You can vote no. He can't do it by himself. You have nothing to lose by voting no, except maybe the support of uninformed voters who would come out in November to be taken advantage of. And even if that wasn't what was happening, the appearance of impropriety alone is enough to violate the defining principles of government ethics in Broward County. When the voters wrote Section 1.01C into our county charter, they set a clear standard that public trust requires avoiding not just actual corruption, but even the appearance of impropriety. The truth is, it doesn't matter what month the charter amendment is on. if people don't understand what they're voting on. The only way to remedy this situation is to give people time to engage, time to educate the public, time to clarify, time to answer questions fully, time to come up with a detailed master plan. At this point, after coming to these meetings and workshops, I don't have faith that everyone up here even understands what's actually being voted on. I don't see any other way that the commission can remove the spirit of suspicion except by voting no on the proposed ordinance. If you're in a marriage and your spouse betrays you and you want to make it work, both sides give it time to rebuild what has been broken. We don't have a local government therapist, but we do have a vote. So please vote with that in mind. Vote no to prove that you want to make it work in our marriage and don't abuse your position to overpower the people who wanted to marry you in the first place.
Thank you. My next spouse, please come forward. Former Commissioner Battle.
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Deerfield Beach, Florida. Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor Commissioners, I find it very hard to listen to hypocritical people. For years, even when I was sitting where some of you all are sitting now, for years, the citizens have been asking for the city to change the voting date from a March election to a November election. I sat on that board as an alternate, the Charter Review. Some of the same hypocritical people coming before you, talking about, we shouldn't change it because you're voting to give yourselves extra time or whatever. Were some of the same people in those meetings advocating for a change in the election date. And now, because of some unfortunate reason or whatever reason they have, they want to come before you and act like, hey, the citizens don't want this. Yes, the citizens asked for that. I voted no on it, but they overruled me. And on that night, I had a vote because the main person was not in the chambers at that time. But I sat there and listened to all of that. And I asked you to look at the underlying things that are going on, the hypocritical nature of some people who come before you talking about you giving yourselves additional time or whatever the case may be. In addition to that, I find it very hard to sit here after you all have taken a vote on the BSO issue, and every time there's a meeting, somebody comes up talking about BSO. There's an underlined message that you need to be looking at. What is the message? I don't know what the message is. I just ask you to make concerted decisions or the best decisions on behalf of the citizens of Deerfield Beach. Now on Chapter 11, I did not agree with it during the sessions, and I still don't agree with you taking that out of the charter. And my reason is, if you take that out of the charter, Chapter 11, the citizens of Deerfield Beach will no longer have a vote in anything or any say as to what goes on the barrier island. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Come on down, please. Just name and address for the record, please.
Rich Carlson, 1525 Southeast 14th Street, Deerfield Beach. I'm going to reiterate some of the comments made earlier. Why the rush to November? It's a crowded ballot already. This belongs on a municipal ballot in March, not in November. Now, some of you agree that we should keep the March elections, but these questions are just going to get buried. It's going to be, let's say the ballot's probably already 5-6 pages long. And you're going to be at the end of that ballot in November. People are going to get to the point to where you're going to wind up with no votes on some of these issues that are very important. You put it in March, the people that are going to come out and vote in March are the people that are going to give a really concerned about the city of Deerfield Beach. They're not in there voting for senators and congressmen or anti-Trump or for Trump or anything else. They're going to be strictly looking at Deerfield Beach elections. And these are some very important questions. I was here when we put it in the commission charter simply because of the commission that was sitting at that time couldn't be trusted. I'm starting to get the same feeling today, that you all can't be trusted to keep your words. You're trying to bury this thing, fast forward it into November in the hopes that it does get buried and that people don't vote these questions that are so important to us in Deerfield Beach. So I'm urging you to vote no Because if you don't vote no, I'm voting no in November on everything that you put before us voters in November about Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
You. Keep the applause down, please. Next. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Lisa Earhart, 1820 Southeast Second Street in Deerfield. I want to focus on one specific sentence buried in this ordinance. Section 3.043 III, which says the 20-month term extension shall not be counted toward the term limits established in section 3.043 of this charter. So if you strip away the legal phrasing, here is what this sentence does. It lets the very people voting on this ordinance decide for themselves that their own extended time in office won't count against the term limits voters imposed on this commission. I don't think anyone in this room would accept that arrangement in almost any other context. We don't let people grade their own exams or referee their own games. Term limits exist because voters decided at some point that no one should serve indefinitely, no matter how good a job they're doing. That decision belongs to voters, not to the office holders it applies to. When this commission extends its own terms and simultaneously exempts that extension from the term limit clock, it is making a decision about its own accountability that the charter says only voters get to make. I want to be fair. I understand the argument that this extension is a byproduct of switching to November elections, not a deliberate end run around term limits. Maybe that's true, but if it's true, there was nothing stopping this commission from writing the ordinance so that the extension counts fully towards the 8-year clock and simply accepting that a commissioner who hits the limit during the transition hits the limit. Choosing instead to write in an explicit exemption is a choice, not an accident, and it's a choice that benefits the people making it. My ask tonight is simple. Strike section 3.043 III, or at a minimum, put the term limit exemption to voters as its own separate, clearly labeled question, so they can decide whether office holders should get a pass on the clock during the transition. Don't let this commission make that call for itself. I am asking the commission to revise question D so that the voters are not misled about the fact that this extension allows sitting office holders to serve beyond the city's 8-year term limit. Thank you.
Larry Koch, 1105 Little Harbor Drive. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Ready? Fire. Aim. I continue to fear that that may be the sequence we are following, moving significant charter amendments toward the voters before completing sufficient planning, analysis, and public engagement. Ready, fire, aim does not work. It should be ready, aim, fire. I sent you a detailed email. So tonight I'm going to focus on one principle. Where charter safeguards are outdated or restrictive in your view, modify them, but do not simply eliminate them. First, Article 11. While I support retaining the height and lot coverage limits and allowing mixed-use development, I oppose eliminating floor area ratio from the charter. Height, lot coverage, and floor area ratio are distinct but complementary guardrails. All three should remain in place and work together to control the overall scale and form of development. If the current FAR limits are too restrictive in your view, increase them, but don't eliminate them. An FAR of approximately 1.5 or less would allow greater flexibility while still requiring smaller upper floors or setbacks. Second, election dates. I, like many here, oppose extending your terms by 20 months. November elections may increase turnout and save money, but the extension does create an unavoidable appearance of self-interest. Third, city-owned property. Increase the $750,000 voter approval threshold, adjust it for inflation, index it going forward, but do not completely eliminate voter approval. Modernize the safeguard, do not abolish it. Next, police and fire services. A future commission should certainly not reverse course lightly, particularly after substantial money has been spent and implementation is underway. But a 4/5 requirement applying only to contracting out services creates a one-directional barrier and could also create an appearance of self-interest by this commission. And finally, these issues are too complex for a short ballot summaries alone. Please provide the voters with educational sessions, plain language explanations, red line charter provisions, illustrative diagrams, and clear descriptions of what a yes or no vote would actually do. So again, my recommendation tonight is simple: modernize where necessary, add flexibility where justified, but preserve meaningful guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koch. Mrs. Weir, are you next?
Marcia Ware, 500 South Ocean Way. I stand before you tonight as one voice among a deeply united and passionate island community that loves our seaside home. We are fierce protectors of our barrier island's fragile ecosystem, our welcoming human-scale architecture, and our nourishing coastal village. Once again, we urge respectfully vision before revision. Please do not remove our charter protections before we have a clear community-backed vision and master plan for our beloved island. Urban Land Institute experts recommend a robust consensus-building community engagement process. Before revising our charter, the city should craft an inspiring island vision, research successful coastal communities, develop a strategic master plan, and establish a beach redevelopment board of residents and experts. To remove charter protections before doing this critical work is not responsible development. It would divide our community, weaken public trust, and place our island's future at unnecessary risk. Vision is the lighthouse. Planning is the compass. Stewardship is the journey. Our fragile barrier island is not simply property. It is a priceless gift held in trust. We are not its owners. We and you, our elected leaders, are its caretakers for the generations yet to come. The true value of an island community is not how much it builds, but how wisely it preserves the seaside sanctuary that brings peace, beauty, joy, and wonder. When our great-great-grandchildren walk these shores, they will live with the decisions you make tonight. Your legacy will not be measured in concrete or floor area ratios, but in the warm, charming village that you chose to preserve. We do not simply stand at the edge of the Atlantic. We stand at the edge of history, where the most beautiful places in this world endure because ordinary citizens like all of us here tonight, decade after decade, choose to love them enough to protect them. Please join us, commissioners, in that noble calling. Protect the soul of our extraordinary coastal community. Let us dream and create a better tomorrow together. Shared visions and master plans create the path to success and village vibrancy. Please vote for delay and vision over revision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Susan Page, 13 Southwest 11th Court, Deerfield. Hello, how are you? I want to raise a fairness problem with how ballot question D is structured, not just what it says. Right now, One yes or no vote asks residents to approve 3 different things at once: moving elections to November, extending current office holders' terms by 20 months, and exempting them the extension from their 8-year term limit. Bundled together like this, a voter who supports the November date change but has concerns about the term limit exemption has no way to vote one against the other. They either accept the whole package or reject the whole package, including parts almost everyone agrees is a good idea. That is not a hypothetical problem. I guess most residents in this room support aligning our elections with the presidential cycle to boost turnout and cost. Far fewer, if asked directly, would say yes to letting current office holders serve past terms limits voters already put in place. Combining them into one single question makes it harder for the more, I'm sorry, I have an eye problem. Combining them into a single question makes it harder for the more controversial piece to fail on its own merits and easy for the ride along with the popular piece. I'm asking the commission to split the question D into 2 separate ballot questions, one on the November election date change, and a separate one on the term extensions and the related term limit exemption. Let each stand for or fall on its own. If term extension is genuinely necessary to just preserve staggering terms, as the ordinance state, it should be able to win a vote on its own merit. If it can't, that tells you something too. This is a request to this isn't a request to kill the election date change. It's a request to let voters actually choose question by question instead of forcing an all or nothing vote. I'm asking you to direct staff to restructure the ballot language before adoption tonight. Whether you split the question or not, I'm asking the commission to revise question D so the voters are not misled about the fact that this extension allows sitting office holders to serve beyond the city's 8-year term limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Willett, you next.
Hi. Bet Willett, 2646 Emerald Way Circle, Deerfield Beach. I can't believe that I'm standing here protesting this again after 24 years. I fought this to get these things into the charter because of knowing that you can't trust the commission. Maybe we could trust this one, who knows? But we can't trust a commission who was going to put a hotel on the main beach parking lot, who on the very night of the election, where they knew that they were going to lose, approved that Ocean One wall-to-wall, whatever it is. I can't trust that the next commission after this is going to do the right thing. You don't need to change these things. The developers are certainly going to be able to do something. That rundown hotel, they'll make it into something quite nice. I don't have any concern about developers, none at all. And increasing the density of the population is a big mistake. Please leave it alone. It's fine the way it is. It's done its job for 20 years, and it should continue to keep doing that. You do not have anything outdated in that commission, in that charter. It's not outdated. It's right up to date, and it'll still continue to do what the people want it to do, not what the developers want.
Thank you.
Daniel Radisson, 116 Southeast 20th Avenue. Been here since 1981. A lot of frustration I hear in my opinion, here tonight. A lot of frustration. I think maybe for three reasons. One, we already know how y'all gonna vote. We're frustrated about that because we already know what's gonna happen. Two, it looks like a power grab and it looks like a time grab. We know it. You guys know it. It doesn't look good. That's frustrating. Number three, I like a lot of you guys. I give you the benefit of the doubt. But what about the next group that's going to come in here because developers are going to give them a lot of money to get elected and they're going to come in here and they're going to change this place? That's frustrating. So I'm not going to lay this on you guys, but this vote tonight, I am going to lay on you guys because this is not right.
Thank you, Mr. Addison. Freitag, come on down, please.
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I was fortunate enough to participate in the Charter Review Board meetings for the last 4 or 5 months. These meetings were driven by people who were put into position to do one thing: eliminate our charter. The charter doesn't need to be eliminated. Voting on removing charter protections is a big mistake. Deerfield Beach has land that is developable. It might not be as sexy as the beach, but it still can be developed. Perhaps we need to look in a different direction and use some imagination. I've used that word many times here in front of you and asked that you consider sharing this message with your developer friends who all gave you money so that you could become commissioners and mayor. It's not a bad thing that you took the money. You obviously need it, and I understand and appreciate that. But changes and amendments to our charter are a big mistake. The preservation that these people put into place over 20 years ago should continue to be in place. Why? Because it protects our island, it protects those homeowners, and it protects our beach. And that's what should be the most important thing. The human portion of our city, not the developers, not the agendas, not the money, and definitely not overdeveloping our fantastic beach island. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak? Otherwise, we'll switch to those that are on Zoom. Mrs. Massey, you'll be the last in person, and then we'll switch to Zoom, and then we'll give everyone
not
here a
least.
shot.
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. I'm listening to all these people. I'm listening, but I don't think you guys are listening. I really don't know what you hope to achieve by voting this in. You guys are going to be bad guys. You're bad guys already. You're a bad guy. You're a bad guy. You're a bad guy. Why do you want to be bad? No, I'm serious. I mean, they're laughing, but this is not a laughing matter. What do you think you're going to achieve by doing this? I don't know how you'd ever walk the streets. Nobody will talk to you. The write-ups that are going to go about you guys are going to be, they're already saying because developers gave you money. That's not why you're doing it. You're doing it because you don't know any better. That's why you're doing it. But you should know better because you lived here all this time. I mean, I don't know why. Tom, what is wrong with you? I had so much respect for you. I can't believe.
Rita, you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not individually,
I'm sorry.
please.
I'm so sorry. No, seriously. But I'm here to protect you guys, really. I'm here to protect you because after tonight, your name is mud. And I don't want your name to be mud. I want you to continue to be respected. I want to be able to say hello to you and like you and everything. But change your mind. You don't have to vote the way you were going to vote. You're going to say to yourself, you know something? There's nothing wrong with this. Let's put it off until March so that everybody in the city could understand it and vote on it intelligently. That's what we want to do. Don't say, let's never revisit it. Let's put it off to March. Isn't that logical? Isn't that even? Look, you want to do it in November? I want to do it in March. Let's do it in March. This way you're not bad guys. You'll be good guys at least until March.
Unlikely, but next. Mr. Estrada. Then Mrs. Link, you be next.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way, District 2. First, I want to thank the mayor for taking the steps tonight to improve the decorum of these meetings. I just wish those expectations had been set before the embarrassment of 2 weeks ago. I learned at a really young age, without there being policy there, that if you have to resort to name calling, it means that you've probably stopped listening, and Deerfield Beach deserves better than that. Speaking of not listening, I'm sure most of you on the dais have already decided how you're going to vote tonight. So honestly, most of the people in the room as well, except their votes coming in November. So tonight I'm speaking to any of you up there or sitting behind me or the folks online who are still willing to listen. Like I said, the last time I was up here, I've been missing the ocean for the waves. I spent too much time talking about the individual amendments and discussing the intricacies of it. But when I step back, we don't see 9 separate amendments. We see a style of governing that's taking place. One amendment extends the terms of the current elected officials. Another removes the requirements for residents to approve the sale of public land. Others move decisions about beach development from the charter into the hands of the commission. And each proposal can and should be debated on its own merits. But together, they all just keep moving authority in the same direction, from the residents to the commission. Some of these ideas may ultimately be good ideas. I even support some of them when they're fully developed. But when government continues to ask the public to give up oversight, the burden isn't on us residents to prove why we should keep it. The burden's on the government to prove why the change is necessary, and you haven't done that. And that's where trust comes in. Whether you're supported creating our own police and fire department or opposed it, I think most people can agree that the process left a lot of people feeling unheard. Over the past year, trust has been damaged. The answer isn't just asking us to hand over more authority. The answer is earning more trust. Bring more people into these conversations, hold more workshops, make participation easier, show us the vision first, then ask us whether the charter should be changed and make that vision possible. The commission isn't writing the final chapter for Deerfield Beach, no matter how long you want to stay up here. You're simply the current stewards of a city that belongs just as much to this generation, the ones before us, and the ones to come. So the charter shouldn't change just because it's convenient for today's commission. It needs to only change when the residents of the future are going to thank us for doing it right. Thank you.
Mr. Estrada.
Hello, Patricia Link, 252 Ventnor R, Deerfield Beach. I just want to say, I think you guys are terrific. I'm very happy. And what I feel about the vote is I know so many people that don't even know when the vote is in March. They don't pay attention. You know, they're not thinking about them big house on the water or the ocean or whatever. They just don't understand how important it is because they're just doing everyday life that are, you know, they're middle class. Some of them are seniors. So I understand why November is very important because those people will get out and they go, oh, look at what's on the ballot. Oh, let me think about this. Where now they don't even think about it in March. Half of them don't even know. You're supposed to go out and vote because they don't get all the advertisements like we do in November. So I think that's a great idea. And and if it does extend, that's the way it is. You know, got to just put our big girl pants on and go forward. And as far as the charter review, we're not just thinking about District 1. Everything here is about District 1, District 1, District 1. Well, there are other people that live in District 2, 3, and 4. And if we build up Deerfield Beach to make it more beautiful, more expensive, that's more money that's going to come into the city with our taxes, number one. And people want to come to see it because it's going to have beauty. It's not going to have little houses that are run down on that side of the beach or a terrible motel in the middle of it. We want it to look nice. So that's my opinion. I think that you're doing a great job. And I do think the charter, make it beautiful on the island. We shouldn't just have a little sandy beach. We are in 2026. Everybody has around us. Their condos are beautiful, but nobody's going to want to build in places. You can't tell a developer where you can build in our city. You can't say, well, we don't want you to build here because this is our beach. We want you to go build over there where nobody wants to build. Can't do that. So you're doing the right thing. We gotta do what we have. And that's the property we have. So this is what we have to work on. Thank you so much. And I so do appreciate you guys for doing all this hard work. I do. And for you to be targeted like you were tonight, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Come on, Hey, folks. If I could do a warning for the entire group, I would. So we'll see how it goes. Anyone else? Sir in the back, would like to speak? Come on down, please.
Hello, board members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeffrey Gray. I'm at 1021 Southeast 12th Terrace. I'm not that well prepared because, like a couple of ladies and gentlemen have said this evening, if you're in the private sector like myself, working about 65 to 70 hours a week, I'm a Deerfield licensed general contractor, which is important. As we know, there's quite a lot of non. I'm a resident. I'm a surfer here. I'm a beach goer. I know I probably look like a surfer, so I take that as a compliment versus the average corporate guy that let himself go. So I take that.
Okay.
Is that better? There we go. Sorry, I don't speak publicly too much. So as I'm not that well prepared tonight, I'm just going to kind of speak ad lib. But I was from 3 generations of military family. So I went to 21 different schools by the time I graduated college. I've lived in 4 continents, 7 different states in this great nation of ours. So I've seen a lot of good change, a lot of improvements, a lot of bad direction. So Deerfield Beach is known as a beach community, and people love it that way. I took a trip to Fiji one time, and somebody knew about our great city of Deerfield Beach, of not being Boca Raton and not being Ball Harbor. So I think if we go a certain direction, which is I think what some people are very fearful of, let's just take a trip down to Ball Harbor tomorrow and see the nice friendliness of people in Ball Harbor. Or let's go over to Meisner Park tomorrow and see how great and friendly people are in Meisner Park. There's a local restaurant here that was going to move a restaurant to Boca, and they said, oh, the residents of Deerfield Beach will come over there. The residents of Deerfield Beach don't really go to Boca Raton that much. It's a different community, and the people here like it that way. Doesn't mean they're resistant to all change or any kind of betterment, of course. But what is that betterment, Let's ask the native residents here, which Deerfield Beach was named after deer. How many deer in Deerfield Beach these days? At some point, you can just put so many humans into one place. There has been a lot of expansion. Just ask the deer how that worked out for them. So one lady said, no matter how much you build, it's not so much about how much you build, but how much you preserve. And that's so very true. But as a business, they ask, what's our mission statement here? Is it just growth, unequivocally without any kind of limits? I know there are some limits in place, but for the next commission, how well does that go? I see friends, neighbors here, dog walkers. I see a lot of people here that I know here, police officers that I know personally. So it's a great community. With that change comes a lot of, percussions as well. So just as board members, to listen to the community is ever important. Not saying that that some change is not going to happen, but what is that change really going to be, and is it what the citizens actually really want? If 90% of Deerfield residents,
Time's up. So could you wind up,
yes,
please?
sir. If 90% of Deerfield residents want this change, which I don't think they do, then they would all be living in Ball Harbor or Boca Raton. And we're obviously not living there, nor do we want to. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Duties. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. Really quick, I want to say I really want Michael to run for office or at least get on a board. He knows what he's doing and he knows what he's talking about. I really appreciate his input that he gives to the commission every single meeting. When the citizens say we don't want another 20 months of our commissioner, the one that supposedly leads our district, we're telling you what we want and you're not listening. Over 20,000 citizens voted in 2002, and the vice mayor has said that those voters should be ignored and dismissed without cause. Thousands signed the petitions just to get it on the ballot, and I have not seen one page sheet of signatures in favor of the current changes. And now you know why we want him out. Vice Mayor Hudak also spearheaded the change to the charter to a 4/5 majority vote if the diocese wants to reverse the decision of BSO, because it is so important. Well, if that's the case, then why isn't every charter revision item, why shouldn't it have that same requirement? Why shouldn't it be an 80% approval for charter changes or they don't pass? Plain and simple. Put your money where your mouth is. I've asked the same question. I will continue to ask it. When these charters don't pass, what is going to be our next step? How is the city planning to tackle the problems that do exist on the island? Where is our vision and how do we get there? Let's bring back the master plan philosophy and let's develop our city the way we want. Let's start with that as square base one, and then we can go to all of these other changes. If we decide to do them in March, we do them in March. If we decide to do them in 2 years when we have more info, we do it then. But rushing it through right now is not the answer. And that's what the citizens are asking. Give us more time. Give us till March to understand your philosophies, your reasoning behind doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Otherwise, Madam Clerk, let's switch to online. Who is first and who will be on deck?
The first one is Zoom user and second is former Commissioner Bernie Parnes.
Could the Zoom user just identify your name and address, please?
Yes. Wayne Adams, 1431 Southwest 5 Terrace, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I would like to begin by saying that I'm not against moving the election from March to November. I'm not one of those hypocrites that was talked about earlier. And I'm also not here to ask or beg you to change your mind about moving the March 2027 election to November 2028. I believe 3 of the commissioners have already made your decision. However, I do want you to understand that I have invested my own time, money, and effort into this election cycle because I believe in serving the residents of Deerfield Beach. I simply ask that you take a moment to put yourself in my position. Think about each and every one of you. Just think about when you decided to run for office. And imagine if after you had planned your campaign, committed your resources, and announced your candidacy, someone suddenly proposed moving the election you had been preparing for. I believe you would understand why that would be frustrating and disappointing to me, as I'm quite sure most of you heard on my commentary on our Adams Brothers podcast last week. I think you know how disappointed and hurt that I am of some on the dais. More importantly, I ask that you listen to the people you were elected to represent about all the charter amendments. Please set aside your personal feelings and political considerations and focus on what is in the best interest of the residents of Deerfield Beach. The people deserve to have their voices heard, and they deserve decisions that reflect their interests, not political convenience. And I thank each and every one of you for your time. Wayne Adams, District 2 candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next was former Representative,
Former Commissioner Bernie Parnes,
former Commissioner Bernie Parnas, and followed by,
Patricia Saunders.
okay, former Commissioner Parnas, go ahead, please.
Excuse me. Hello, Bernie Parnas, 3074 Harwood F, Deerfield Beach. As you may know from the last meeting, I spoke against the proposal. I've changed my mind, and I'm going to tell you why. You elected a commission to make the tough decisions for the benefit of the city, not just the benefit of District 1, who's losing. I'm told there will be no more CRA money. So their tax base is going to shoot up and up and up. The governor is planning to try to break in property taxes, take away more money. It'll only be added on by the city to make up the difference, because if you need $1 to run and you only have 30 cents, the citizens got to make up the 70 cents. I've changed my mind because in listening to all the negativity that I've heard, you don't want commissioners. You want puppets. Do what I say or I'm going to be mad at you. Really? You elected people to do what they feel is the best for this city, not what each individual wants. Because if that's the case, nothing would ever get done. There'll always be a naysayer. That's a rotten idea. We're going to throw you out of office. Okay, that's your choice. But while that commission is there, they have thought this through, and they are doing what they feel is the best for this city. I may not agree with everything they're doing, but we elected them to make that decision, not be puppets. And all I heard, well, I was a police officer for 30 years and they kicked Tony out. Tony only represents 12 cities now out of all 31 in Broward County. Gee whiz, 19 cities. No, don't use them. Are their houses burning down? No. Do they have an ambulance problem? No. Do they have a police problem? No. But we don't have the BSO. So what? The majority of Broward County doesn't have BSO. It was a decision made for the betterment of Deerfield Beach. Tony broke his contract with us. The signature isn't worth the paper it's written on. Why would you want to do business
Wind down,
with
Mr.
somebody
Parnas.
like that? I am for this project. I am for the commission. I may not agree with everything they vote for, but in this case, I
Hey,
think
folks,
they have the best
I gave
interest, period.
I gave everybody here extra time. Let him finish his statements as well, please. Please. Madam Clerk,
We
who is
elect-
next?
Patricia Saunders, and then Jonathan Onyenchun.
Okay. Mrs. Saunders, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good night to all. My name is Patricia Saunders, 252 Southwest 34th Avenue. I have a direct question for this commission tonight, and I'd like an answer on the record before you vote. Which of you specifically would be affected by the 8-year term limit if this 20-month extension counted normally? And which of you would not? I ask because the ballot language voters see doesn't say. It tells us there's a 20-month extension. It doesn't tell us how many sitting commissioners are currently on track to hit their term limit in the next election cycle, or how many of you this exemption personally benefits. That's not a small detail. If none of you are affected, this provision is unnecessary and should be removed with no cost to anyone. If some of you are affected, voters are entitled to know that before November. because it changes the nature of what they're being asked to approve. Not just should we align with presidential elections, but should we let specific identifiable office holders serve longer than the limit voters already set? I'd also ask the city attorney to clarify tonight on the record how many additional months or years beyond the current 8-year cap this provision could allow. In the most extreme case, for someone who is right at the limit when this transition appears, approximately 20 months sound modest in the ballot summary. I want to know if it's actually modest for everyone it applies to or only for some. I'm not asking you to explain away the extension. I'm asking for a plain, on the record answer to a plain question. Before this commission asks voters to approve something none of us can fully evaluate without that information. If the answer is generally, this affects no one currently serving, say so tonight and put that on the record. If it does affect someone currently serving, that fact belongs in the ballot language, not just in a charter section number most voters will never open. Either way, I'm asking the commission to revise question D so that the voters are not misled about the fact that this extension allows sitting office holders to serve beyond the city's 8-year term limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unshin. You're next. Go ahead, please. And Madam Clerk, is anyone on deck?
Another Zoom user.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Unshin, go in.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I have respect for all of the people's opinions that are sitting in the room that may be different from mine. And it doesn't seem like that is a reciprocal situation going on. It seems like the room, based on the commentary I hear, is full of a bunch of bullies. A bunch of people who don't want the most amount of residents of the city to vote on important issues, which would be on the November election. It seems like the people in the room think that the people of this city are not intelligent enough to read 5 or 6 pages and make 15, 20 other votes. It's really concerning that we want to bully the rest of the city into a situation where we're going to control it and only the angry crowd in the room is going to show up in March and vote for the things that they think are important. So I would just like to say that I support what this council commission is doing, giving this city, when the most amount of people will be voting, the choice to vote on all of these issues. It's pretty insulting to me, and I think the entire city, that you think that people can't comprehend what's going to be on the ballot. And if not, educate them. Tell them. But give the people the right to vote on this. Enough is enough. The loudest voices are obviously the ones that we hear. The angriest voices are obviously the ones that we hear. It seems like you're afraid of a vote in November when more people are going to come out, that maybe you're not going to get what you want. And the sad part is these rules that were written 24 years ago are not good for this city. I had a friend who's a senior executive vice president of the Miami Heat that was here last weekend. He went to college at FAU. He hasn't been here in 20 years, and he said, this is still the same exact city. It's actually kind of depressing. The only thing that's changed is the break house. And I don't agree with what went on with the break house, but that's the only thing that's changed on our beach in 24 years. There's no progress. Our base isn't growing. Developers don't want to develop here because they can't, or else they're going to lose money. We need change. We need progress.
Wind it down, please, Mr. Engine. Time is up.
That's all I have to say. Enough of the bullies in the room. Let the people vote. And that's what this commission's giving us the opportunity to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who's next?
Zoom user and then John Slattery.
Applause goes both ways.
Hi, Sam.
Zoom user, please identify yourself, name and address.
Hi, Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. The gentleman just spoke just before me. I don't agree with him. I don't think a lot of people's getting an understanding, and I think there's no problem with the November. There's 3 questions in one of the questions that you guys are having on the ballot, and that's a problem. And I'm not sure if he's understanding that it's taking control from the citizen, the resident, to the commissioners and the mayor, and that's not fair for the resident. The resident is the one that vote for the commissioners and the mayor and the vice mayor. And you guys, we voted for you guys, and you should have an ear to listen to everyone. I just don't think it's enough time that people are educated enough or know enough, or you have gave enough information what's really going on with these charters that you guys are trying to change. And I think that's the problem. I can't see why we cannot vote on this in March. My question is, what is the rush? What is being hidden? What is the agenda behind this? And there has to be agenda, because I feel like you guys are rushing it. The trust in the community is really, really bad right now. And I think you guys need to build up the trust back in the community. I have come, and I know the young guy say someone came down here that went to FAU. I was born and raised in Deerfield. My grandfather was one of the biggest farmers in Deerfield, had one of the biggest house in Deerfield, where he had a lot of people come and work under him, where he picked up people from West Palm Beach all the way to Miami to go on his farm. He worked on the Butts Farm. He worked on a different lot of farmers, and he was one of the guys that did the plowing of the fields. And he owned a lot of the property in the Cove, which he sold that property for $100 an acre, which I'm also finding paperwork that he may still have some stuff, ownership that was with part of the beach of Deerfield. And the beach has changed. A lot of things have changed. This community used to be so separated, and I feel with everything that's going on in the city is bringing everybody together, because this city was really, really separated one time with the different race. I grew up, I was a cheerleader at Deerfield High School. And what got me, getting me too, because our tax money, I heard, I came in at kind of late when the guy from the school board was speaking. And it's sad, because our school system, the public school system, is so down. And if we get rid of this tax money that we're getting, and go another way, the city of Deerfield Beach is going to lose. And the CRA money that someone spoke about, the CRA money, that
Time's up.
money
Wind it
was-
down, please.
Repeat that?
Just finish your thought.
Okay, the CRA money was originally for District 2. And there was a board that was established when that money came in, and that money went over to District 1. But they got that money on the back of District 2. So, in other words, District 2
I'm going to need you to,
have lost money.
we're going to have to wind it down, Madam Clerk.
We all are one community. We are one.
Sorry, went a little too long. Madam Clerk, who's next, please?
John Slattery.
Okay, Mr. Slattery, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place. I'd like to remind this commission of something that isn't in tonight's ballot language at all. The Charter Review Board, which this commission itself appointed to study these amendments, put forward a version of the same election date change that would have shortened the current terms by roughly 4 months, not extended them by 20. The commission had that option. You chose a different path instead, the one that extends every current commissioner's and the mayor's term by nearly 2 years and then separately amended the charter so that extension doesn't account against your own term limits. I'm not here to argue the legal merits of that choice tonight. I'm here to point out that the voters reading question D on their ballot will have no idea that this choice was ever made, or that a shorter, more voter favorable alternative existed and was set aside. I understand the ballot isn't required to list every option the commission considered and rejected, but given that this commission is asking voters to approve a measure that directly benefits the people asking for the vote, I think the burden of transparency here is higher, not lower than usual. At minimum, the public record and this commission's own public statements tonight should make clear that a shorter term alternative was on the table and was not the chosen one. My ask is straightforward. Before adopting this ordinance, I'd like the commission to state on the record why the 20-month extension was chosen over the review board's shorter alternative, and to ensure that reasoning is part of the public record for voters can find before November. Residents are being asked to trust that this extension is the minimum necessary adjustment. That claim deserves a clear on-the-record justification, not just an ordinance recital. And regardless of that justification, I'm asking the commission to revise question D so that voters are not misled about the fact that this extension allows sitting office holders to serve beyond the city's 8-year term limit. Also, for the person that spoke a couple before me, talking about people being angry and not wanting to have voters vote in the November election. If that person had been attending commission meetings for the past 20 years and heard the commission dais always being the party that didn't want elections to be moved to November because they wanted to control the elections in March, you probably wouldn't be stating things quite the way you had. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. Madam Clerk, who's next online? Okay, nobody online. Last chance for anyone inside the commission chamber that we didn't hear from before. Okay, we're going.
Elise Miller Plotkin, 1998, Northeast 6th Street, sorry, 7th Street. 1998 Northeast 7th Street. I disagree with what John said. The people here are not angry. They're passionate. They're passionate about keeping the island the way it is, not because they're angry. And I also disagree with John because the island is different. It is different. We don't need that many changes on the beach because most of the places on the beach are condominiums. We only have a few hotels. We have two that one is empty, the Royal Palm, and the other one that has been vacant since I moved here 12 years ago. Those are the only ones on that strip that are vacant. There have been many improvements on the beach. The beach does not look the same. We have the new lifeguard stations. We have new landscaping on the beach. Some things don't have to change on the beach because they're perfect the way they are. We don't need a master plan because we're not starting a community from scratch. So what is a master plan? Are we going to tear down buildings that we have? Tear down stores? Is that a master plan? We don't need a master plan. We already have condos. We already have restaurants that have been here for a while. And we also have stores that are vacant and haven't been fixed because of the greedy landlords that raised the rent double and triple. And that's why the stores went out of business. We don't need to rebuild those stores. And the houses that are there, some of them are being redone. And some of them are being torn down for valid reasons. They're building nice houses. So our island is perfect the way it is. We are getting changes done. And if builders want to buy the Royal Palm and the other little store that's the hotel that's there, we'll get someone that's interested. And if they want to make changes, we'll let them. But our island is perfect. We don't need super changes. We are very happy the way it is. And the people that are here are the ones that really live here. And if you move it to March, we still have to go out to the west part of the Deerfield to let those people know what's going to be on the voter ballot. But listen to these people because we're the ones that really know what we want. And if anyone's to make changes here and builders want to come here for the little ones that are empty, they could get accommodated.
Thank you. Coming down, thank you.
Hi. I'm Jerry West, 514 Northeast 8th Avenue in District 1. I was online because I wasn't feeling so good. My husband's still online. But I wanted to come because when I was looking online, they wouldn't let me speak online. I don't know why, but I've grown up in Florida all my life. I lived in Clearwater. I was Miss Clearwater. I've watched Clearwater go from a tiny little community to Scientology going crazy, and it just built and built and built because of developers. I don't want this to happen to Deerfield. I moved here with my husband. I thought this was a really small, nice community. The place is so quaint and stuff. And you guys need to see this. You need to listen to your residents. You need to listen to your commissioners. You need to listen to your residents. These people care about their community. They care about what you're going to build. You all are very builder friendly, and they don't want that. Okay. And I am all for moving the Novembers to the November elections, but not at the expense of giving you all 20 more months. Thank you.
Thank you. Last chance for public comments. Madam Clerk, online? No? Okay, we're going to close the public comment then. Thank you, everybody, for participating and your patience as we get through everybody. I have a long list of individuals that I wrote down. So now it's the time for the commission to speak. Commissioner Shetsky, you don't have your light on, but you had it on first, before this one asked you to wait. Do you mind going first?
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. So let me get this straight. So on the November 3rd election, I'm sorry, you can hear me. So let me get this straight. So on the November 3rd election, it's found out that in addition to all this other stuff, we're going to have a next generation referendum, which will deal with public education, the funding of public education. That's critical. Somebody brought that up. We're also going to be talking about and voting on Property Tax Exemption Amendment 3, which will deal with whether the cities will lose money. I know Deerfield Beach could possibly lose $12.5 million in their annual budget, as well as their job responsibilities. They'd lose power. In terms of the elections, and I brought this up again. So in November, we're going to be dealing with a new, a U.S. Senate election, Congress people, totally redistrict, totally different lines. The governor, the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, the chief financial officer of the state, the commissioner of agriculture, the state senator, the state representative, the state attorneys, the public defenders, the board of county commissioners, the board of election commissioner, the school boards. Now the justices, there's Supreme Court of Florida. We're going to vote on that. The district court judges and the circuit judges and the county court judges. So look how much is crammed into this November election. And yes, the voters are very, very intelligent, but these are critical issues that really need to be educated. People really need to understand the nuances of this. So to just pile all this into November, it's too much. It's like you put too much in a recipe, you're going to destroy it. There's a reason why things are selected. So I feel
with a lot of these amendments on the charter revision, we can't cram it in a November election. Too much is at stake that will affect people. That's the way I feel. In terms of the election, from the very beginning, I really feel we should stay with a March election. And let me tell you why. Because the municipal leaders, the mayor, the commissioners, we need to be spotlighted. It's very easy to qualify for a city commission, be on the ballot. It's like $200 and change. You're all right. You write out a money order for $200 and change. I don't have the exact amount. And voila, you're on the city commission ballot. Mayor, I think it's $400 or $500 and change. And voila, you're running for mayor of Deerfield Beach. So I really feel that the municipal elections are different from all these other elected officials. They need to be spotlighted. You need to know who you're going to be voting on. I feel it's dangerous to dilute it. Now, Pompano Beach, and this was made at the charter revision, one of the meetings, they said that they switched from March to November. And I think the mayor, I think it was Lamar Fisher, had said, you know what, that was a mistake because it dilutes. So what we do here on this dais is very important. The voters need to know who we are. What is our background? You just can't show up and say, I'm running for election. You need to know who this person is. You need to know who you're electing because it's dangerous if you don't. You need to know what they're thinking. What are they thinking? Do they get up there and talk? Or they suddenly, I'm on the ballot, In my prior election, I brought this up. One of my opponents had a great last name, a lot better name than I think I have. Look, and this person looked a lot better than me. But you know something? I've talked to this person since the election. I have no interest really in knowing about the city. Really, I've asked this person about issues, and this person shrugs his shoulders. So it's very critical to know who we're electing. I think it's very important to spotlight. So from the very beginning, I think we should leave it in March, and that's the way I feel. I mean, should I talk about the other amendments as well? Or It's all of them. It's your turn. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm in favor of clarification and update of city charter. I think it's time, to amend it for style and Quiet down, clarity. folks. Okay. Description of city corporate limits update. I'm in favor of that. The 2-year residency requirement for candidates for mayor or city commissioner. I'm in favor of that. It was 6 months before. I think 2 years is a good time for a person to really understand their district, really network and speak to people and know what the feeling is about their district. So I'm in favor of that. I told you about, what my opinion is with the municipal election. I think leave it in March. The removal of referendum election requirements for the sale, transfer, or lease of city-owned property, $750,000. I think that's critical. I think the public needs to have a voice of what to do with their property. I mean, look, if an idea is good and you bring it to the public, you're gonna sell it. It's like several years ago with Southwest 11th Way. The idea was good. We were going to have a medical equipment headquarters, right? A hotel, the mysterious company that's going to come in and medical equipment, and we sold the public and they were 100% behind it. I think it's very important for them to have their input. I trust the public. And then I remember the other referendum about the third term. Public didn't like that. They thought it was a really not a good idea. So I say with E, trust the public. I want to hear what they say. I want to hear what their feeling is, because if you sell it and they're in favor of it, then it's smooth sailing, hopefully, if it goes to fruition. The Charter Review Board every 10 years, I think is very, very important. Last charter review was 22 years ago. I think it's critical to have it every 10 years. You'll have a new generation of people, new thoughts. I think that's very, very critical, and to examine things. So I think that's great. G, the 11.1, I feel very, very strongly there are just too many questions out there, too many questions. And when you move something like this, it's like a domino effect. You take one domino away,
there's a possibility that it could destroy the whole domino. And this is talking about people's lives. This is talking about our beach. So I think it's very, very important to take more time, examine. There are too many questions. The roadways, hurricane evacuation. Bottom line is, would we be overstressing our infrastructure? I speak to people in District 1 and they said there are water pressure problems. They turn on the shower. I spoke to somebody today that said their pipes are exploding. So, you know, these are issues that need to be examined. Hurricane evacuation. We only have one exit and entrance. Pompano Beach has two. Boca Raton has two. Fort Lauderdale has two. We have one. This is critical. We need to put more thought and more planning before we make any type of decision, because this will affect people's lives. 11.2 with the parking. Like I had said before, when I went to July 4th a few weeks ago, or Pioneer Day, I saw the community really love the parking lot. They used it. They had vendors. It was just such a wonderful atmosphere. They were using that space. That space is precious. So before we do anything and move it or give it up to the developers what they want to do with it, I think we really need to put a lot more thought into this. In terms of 4/5 vote for transition of police and fire, that was never discussed in the city charter. For 6 months on Thursday night, I went, twice and one time, 3 times a month to the city charter review. They never discussed it. The people never discussed it. We never got an opinion on it. So to bring it up like this to surprise people, because people were surprised, that's not right. That's not right. And I don't think that's a democratic way. So, if you really want to examine it, we could always look at it another time, but to just surprise us like that with no real discussion, just a few workshops, I don't feel is right. So I think I covered everything for now, sir, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Keep the applause down, please. Any of my other colleagues like to speak? Nobody? Oh, okay. Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. And my colleagues. When we hear all of the different comments of all of the residents of Deerfield Beach, the first thing is that different points of views is good. It's good for the process. We live in a country where nobody gets their way 100% of the time. There are different views, and we can see over the years how different views has contributed and shaped our country into what it is today. And yes, some good and some not so good. But the idea that we live in the country that we live, and the process exists as it does, gives us the right to be able to affect it at different times, depending on whatever the view or the climate is at the time. Deerfield Beach is actually small when it comes to development. Very small, in fact. When you start looking, as there has been a comparison made to Boca Raton, to Pompano, and you can go right on down the line, and you see a similarity, and then you look at Deerfield and you don't. And the first thing that really should hit us is that is actually by design. The people in Deerfield Beach said a long time ago, we don't want to be what I just described. So the question then becomes, do the residents of Deerfield Beach have the right to choose limited growth? Do they have that right to choose limited growth? And the answer is yes, because they've decided that this is how we want to live. And that can be drastically different than another city who chooses to be different. I think when we look at it overall, you won't go to one state and see however they choose to live in that state would be duplicated necessarily somewhere else. It could be very different, and it's what makes us who we are. So the citizens of Deerfield Beach have made that choice that we want limited growth. We want to be small, and they have that right to be able to do that. However, I will tell you that Deerfield Beach, even with that in place, there needs to be some measure of growth. There needs to be. You need some additional taxes coming in, but what should really be considered is smart, responsible growth. Smart, responsible growth. And where does that come from? It comes from a vision that comes from city government, but that vision should always include its residents. And if the residents is a part of the process, I think in so many ways you would never have issues like this. Because number one, I get to buy into or get to be a part of that vision. And at the same time, I feel like the people who are representing me are also representing the views that reflect how I feel. So I feel like at this point, we haven't found that medium. We haven't found that responsible, smart growth. And so until we find it, and I'm going to say we still need it, Deerfield Beach has to grow. Some of the smallest towns, wherever they may be and exist right here in Florida, you go up to St. Augustine, and in so many ways it's small, but it has grown over the years. But smart, responsible growth is what we need. But that vision now has not been created. So that's why you see so many people out here that are feeling uncomfortable and saying something consistent to like a choir. You don't hear us. You are not listening. And that becomes really the platform or the foundation on which a lot of people, are expressing their views. So I think that going forward, we need to really embrace all of us. Yes, we need growth in our city, but what does that look like? And especially when it affects how I live. So until we find that vision, you have to see it from the side of the residents. You have to side with the residents. You have to do that because they are the ones that are most affected, and they're the ones that, especially the people on the barrier, there are things that I will guarantee you that I really don't know about every nuance and every part of the barrier and how it would affect all of the residents. But I need to know. And it's the only people that can really educate me on that is the people that live there. You can have an opinion, you can have feelings about certain things, but it is the people who live there who knows in so many ways how their life would be affected that should govern decision making. But measured growth, responsible growth, smart growth is needed. To say that the city doesn't need any growth, I don't want to change, it's not good. It is not healthy. Okay. And so that means that we all have to open our minds and create a workable vision together. You do that and you have a better Deerfield. You still will have limited growth, but the limited growth is just something that the voters and the residents of Deerfield Beach have decided that's what we want. And they're allowed to do that. They don't have to be like anybody else. And it's not that they are stupid. It's not that they don't understand. It's not that everybody is just going past them. They decided this is what we want. And by the way, I don't know that you can stop it. And I'm saying this to the residents because a lot of people are going to look at this small growth and they want to come out of the jungles that they're in and they're going to move to Deerfield Beach simply because you're small. So, I'm telling you, I don't know that it can be stopped because a lot of people actually appreciate it. I come from Hope Sound, Florida. A lot of you never heard of Hope Sound. Some of you have. Okay. I was born and raised in Hope Sound. And I remember when it was tiny, that if you looked one way and looked back, you already through it. Okay? It was one road. You actually had to travel to Stewart to go to get groceries if you wanted to shop, or go down to Jupiter. It was so tiny. When I go there now, it looks huge. But the people that are moving there, and they're all moving to Hope Sound because it's small. They want to, they like that. And so I know that growth is going to come one way or the other. But until we get a vision from the people, let them decide. What do you want? How do we do it? Then let's incorporate with the vision that comes from the city. You put it together, and Deerfield Beach will be able to serve all of us.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any lights, so I'll jump in right now. So I want to, first of all, appreciate everyone being here tonight for the dialogue that we've had, the emails before tonight, the telephone conversations tonight, the in-person meetings before tonight. It is all digested, and I appreciate the feedback. Just because we may not agree, doesn't make anyone up here politically corrupt. Let's be honest here. Nobody up here is corrupt. Someone mentioned about having targets on our back. I've been up here 9 years now. I've had a target on my back for 9 years. And I've always done since the very beginning. And I gave you the example, if you hear at the last meeting, why I got involved in politics in the first place. And it's for the best interests of the city as a whole. And sometimes as the District 4 commissioner, I had to vote things that I thought were in the best interest of the entire city that benefited District 1, that didn't benefit District 4 at all. You want to talk about being the redheaded stepchild of the city? Come out west where I live. We're the redheaded stepchild. But I vote for what's in the best interest of the entire city. And that's what we're obligated to do here today. What is in the best interest of the city? This is an exercise that hasn't happened in 20 years. The Charter Review Board hasn't met in 20 years. So now the Charter Review Board has met and put forth these suggestions that the commission has largely adopted, tweaked some of them going forward. And now we're asking the public to vote on them. The commission is not approving anything tonight. We're not approving. These don't go into law tomorrow if they get approved tonight. They go to you, the voters, to approve, to have your say in Deerfield Beach. I understand about the March elections, but you're going to get 4,000 to 6,000 people that come out to vote in a March election. In this November election, you're going to get 35 to 40,000 or more, depending on how hot the governors and other races get, that come out for this election. Shouldn't those 40,000 people have a say as opposed to the 4,000 to 6,000 people that would vote in March? Doesn't that make sense? If we're intellectually honest with ourselves, doesn't that really make sense? You may not agree with me, but if you were to sit back tonight and just think about it for a second, like, you may not agree with me, but you say, yeah, I can see where he's coming from. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to do our best job. We're not rushing anything. This is something that the Charter Review Board met for almost a year. The commission has had 2 commission meetings now and 3 workshops, so 5 meetings on these charter amendments, so that you, the voters, can decide in November. You don't have to vote yes. You don't have to vote no. You can mix and choose between the amendments, but it's giving you the option to decide and make a decision as we go forward. The biggest, note, I took lots of notes tonight, and the biggest misconception tonight is about this 20-month extension for the elections. The Charter Review Amendment, the provision in the charter is about the elections, moving the elections from March to November. When the state allowed municipalities to have elections, the cities were given 2 options, March and November. Those were the only 2 options that we were given. Our forefathers picked March. And now, of the 31 cities in Broward County, 26 have November elections. The largest 3 cities remaining of the cities actually are Pembroke Pines, Miramar, Deerfield Beach, Lighthouse Point, and Coconut Creek. Those are the last 5 that have March elections. And in fact, Pembroke Pines is going through the exact same exercise that we're going through right now to put on the November ballot to move their elections to November. The thing is, in Pembroke Pines, they have March even year elections. So when they move their elections from March 2026 to November 2026, 28, they're only getting an 8-month extension. It's a mathematical formula. Their commissioners get an 8-month extension. In Deerfield Beach, you're moving from a March odd year to a November of an even year. That's 20 months. It's a mathematical calculation. Whether we do it 10 years from now, somebody 10 years from now, if this doesn't go through and someone wants to move it in November 10 years from now, commissioner 10 years from now is going to get a 20-month extension. Somebody has to do that. I mean, what did everybody think? For everybody that has talked for years and years and years and years about November elections, what did you think was going to happen when they got moved to that? Nobody said to shorten the term. And in fact, I'm speaking, and who would like to leave, please? Because I was certainly patient for all of you. If anyone wants to leave, now's the opportunity.
You're lying and you're being deceptive.
Captain? This is what I'm saying. Why can't we have an intellectual discussion amongst us? Why can't we sit down and talk about this? I mean, when we all get together in on the phone or in rooms, we can talk politely to each other and understand the issues. We may not agree at the end of the day, but at least we can talk to each other as adults. Not everybody in this world gets that opportunity. Not everybody gets to participate in a system like ours. A lot of people would kill to be in a system like ours where they can have their opinions known. That doesn't happen in the majority of the countries around the world, but we do that here. And so that's what we're trying to exercise. I just want, and I don't agree with all of them as well, but I want you to have the opportunity to vote and say, yes, this is the future of Deerfield Beach, or no, this is the future of Deerfield Beach, because you have over 20 years since we've gone through this exercise. What is in the best interest of our entire city? To say that we don't listen, that's also untrue. We've tweaked some of the amendments through this process. We've tweaked the language. We've tweaked some of the amendments. We took the height out of the Barrier Island amendment. We took that entirely because we heard you when you were loud about that. And somebody even mentioned tonight that if this goes forward, that they would like a robust education campaign. That they mentioned that they would like a robust education campaign. And I think that's an absolutely great idea. Folks, you're not helping your cause by acting this way, because we need to talk to each other rationally so we can hear the facts from you and you can hear the facts from us. So someone mentioned earlier about a resident about having robust education. I think that's a great idea. You heard the superintendent tonight at the very end of his remarks say that he can educate, but he can't advocate. He can't go and tell people vote yes or vote no on a particular issue, but he certainly can tell people and give them the facts behind it. And I think that's what we should do as the city too. We should engage in the robust education campaign to give you all of the information that you can make a yes or no decision on these amendments going forward. So that's my position on this, is to give you the opportunity, the residents in the entire city, the opportunity to vote. I don't see we're giving 40,000 people the opportunity to have their say is a bad thing. I think it's actually good. I think it's part of the democratic process. And we'll see what happens in November, but I think the people should have their say. If we were to do it the other way, if we were to, the commission to make up its mind, then you'd be crucifying us for not giving you the opportunity to do it. So we're in a no-win position up here. It's very difficult being an elected official. You know, I have my family yelled at in public by you, nobody in this room that I can tell, because of what I do. It's not their fault. They're not the elected official. They didn't sign up for this. But that's what happens. And we know that it's what happened. That's what's going on in our country right now. But for those of you who take the time to talk about the issues intellectually, I appreciate that. And we're not going to necessarily agree, but we can understand each other. And if we can understand each other, then I think we've all won, no matter what the result of the vote is. Commission?
Motion to approve item 5, public hearing, second reading.
I'll second that with the submitted changes to item E.
Commissioner, do you
I
amend your
agree with the
motion?
changes.
So do you want to amend your original motion to incorporate the alternative ballot language for the referendum on the sale of property question?
Yes, I'll make that motion to approve item 5 and amend the ballot language.
Okay, so motion to approve item number 5 with the amendment to
Ballot
Charter
question
Amendment E. And that's, do you still second that, Vice Mayor Hudak? Yes?
Yes, I
Okay.
second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
No.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
I wanted, before I give my vote on E, I just want to say one thing. I canvassed District 3 voters and I asked them, what do they feel about this? And they say they want to have a say in public property. They want to have a say to be able to say what it's being used for. That's all they're asking. A lot of my District 3 constituents are senior citizens, and they were brought up with democracy, with people having a voice. So I feel that we need to keep that voice, and by keeping the way it was before with the $750,000 and a referendum, it gives people the vote and the voice to say what they want to do with the property, just like we did 3 years ago with Southwest 11th Way. So I vote no on Amendment E.
It's actually for,
It's the entirety of the ordinance.
it's for everything. We're voting on everything.
Oh, on everything. Okay, well, all right. Then sorry. So for A.
No, it's just one vote for everything. We're not voting individually.
All right, well, okay. Well, I just want to say also, I've canvassed, and I'm sorry, I canvassed also District 3.
I mean, Mr. City
about the
Attorney, we're
beach.
voting. Is there time? for
Yeah,
that?
I'll give
there's
my
a-
vote, and please, I want to, I'll give my vote, but I know a lot of times you explain things before you gave your vote. Please give me the courtesy. Thank you.
Well, you did speak. This is just the voting portion.
I just had, please, I represent my district. I want to be able to have to say something, please.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, Mr. City Attorney, is this procedurally
A
proper?
vote
Was
has
the
been
vote
called. A vote has been called. I mean, if you want to allow him to continue, you could, but there's been a roll call vote. Commissioner, we are voting on item 5 with the
Okay.
proposal for the alternative.
From A all the way down to I.
You are voting on the ordinance in its entirety, whether to move it forward and put these items on the ballot
So,
in
okay,
November.
the amendments A all the way to I, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, before I give my vote, I think it's very flawed. I think it's not really listening to what the people are saying. So I vote resoundingly based on speaking to my constituents in District 3 on all these amendments. I vote no.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. I know most of you came for item number 5 this evening, so we'll take a 1-minute break in case anyone wants to leave. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay.
I run to the bathroom again?
You missed that snap.
You know something? Now, why would you remind them that if you know that I
Commissioner Plout, we're starting. We're starting, Commissioner Plout. Okay, Madam. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Mr. City Attorney, I believe we're up to the public comments.
We are, Mayor. We are now at public comment. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. The time for public comment on items that are on tonight's agenda would be after that title is read into the record, and the public comment period for that item is opened up by the mayor. As a reminder, no comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
So that includes not talking about the charter amendments, which we just had. So anything not on the agenda, including the charter amendments, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Madam Clerk, who signed up first and who'll be on deck?
Dan Hers and then Melvin Nass.
Dan Hers. I reside at 330 Southeast 19th Avenue in District 1. November 3rd will be the most important election in the history of Deerfield Beach. It will determine for years to come whether the same old people are in charge of the city or a new direction filled with honesty and decision-making that always puts the best interests of the citizens first and never again be the appearance of decisions being made for personal gain. How refreshing it would be to have elected officials who actually listen to their constituents and are not beholden to their real estate developer campaign benefactors. How do we assure that the election in November will be fair? The city has not had elections in November for a long time. Almost 33,000 voters took part in the 24 November presidential election. This represented a 65% turnout. It is the number of mail-in ballots that will be cast this November that keeps me up at night. Somewhere in the range of 10,000 mail-in ballots may be cast. I can assure everyone listening that the vote no on all 9 questions and putting the no in November side will not fall victim to not knowing exactly when people will be receiving their mail-in ballots in their mailbox. We will make sure that those voters have all the information from our side, the exact day that they receive their mail-in ballots in their mailbox. You don't have a problem with that, Mayor Drosky, right? Mail-in ballot harvesting is also a concern. An award-winning journalist with integrity, unlike the Sun Sentinel, Dan Christensen, in his Florida Bulldog blog, brought to light the testimony of a prominent candidate running for the Congressional District 20 Democratic nomination. That candidate detailed ballot harvesting shenanigans going on in Deerfield Beach for the August 18th primary. As a result, I want to make sure BSO and Chief Adam Hoffstein pays extra attention, are on the lookout for ballot harvesters starting September 30th, which is the earliest date mail-in ballots could be in voters' mailboxes. I also want to deputize every registered voter in Deerfield Beach who requested a mail-in ballot to be on the lookout for unscrupulous ballot harvesters that knock on your door, offer to help you out on your ballot, and finally offer to take it to the voting drop-off box or post office. If one of them knocks on your door, call BSO immediately. You don't have a problem with that, Mayor Drosky, right?
Mr. Nass, you're next, please. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Luciano?
And good evening, and I'm going to speak on a different topic here, economic development for Deerfield Beach. There are 2 items I have in mind. First thing, I wanted to thank everybody for approving last year the approval of the farmers market at the Cove. It was a tremendous success, and tonight there's item 13 asking for approval again for the farmers market at the Cove. And so I hope that it'll be unanimously passed. Now I want to get on to a new item, which is economic development of bringing dollars, big dollars, into our government here, into Deerfield. And that is the visitor center that's about to open, that apparently you've approved. And the reason why I came this evening was Patrick Barnes, who we honored earlier. I worked with him for 10 years on the Marine Advisory Board, and I brought this subject up some years ago. There's the beautiful picture of the pier, and the visitor center, for those that aren't aware of it, will be opening shortly, right at the head of the pier. And that visitor center will have information on the restaurants, the attractions, the hotels, motels for the local residents here. But one thing that I really want to bring to your attention is to put together, which I had done for 21 counties in New York State, the Finger Lakes Association out of Penn Yan many years ago when I was up there. the motor coach business. You know, a motor coach, it's tremendous, big business. There are 56 seats on a modern air-conditioned motor coach, bringing in 56 people from somewhere in Florida or from many of the other states around. In the Finger Lakes Association, people came from as far as ways, Boston, Philadelphia, New York, to come to, which they had never been before, to the beautiful Finger Lakes and take advantage of and enjoy the restaurants, the attractions, and the hotels. You know, what I'm just bringing to your attention is this great opportunity. I volunteered to help out Deerfield again in this endeavor because we need to, when that visitor center opens, have a brochure which will be put together by the volunteers that will be at the visitor center. And the volunteers, I would suggest, come from the restaurants,
Finish the thought,
once
Mr.
again,
Nance.
the attractions and what have you. And and we would need the funds to become a member of the Florida Motor Coach Association, and then provide all of those
Okay,
companies
Mr. Nance, I need to
with the
cut you off.
with the
Sorry.
information.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you for listening, and I hope we'll put that together.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nance. Yes. Who is next, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Luciano, and then Richard Dinoa, I think.
I know you must be exhausted, Luciano Samelli. I live 3211 Port Royale Drive, apartment 11A, Fort Lauderdale. And I'm with, I know you're exhausted. I'm with a nonprofit called the Heartbeat Foundation. And for the past 15 years, we have been promoting the annual Brazilian Festival, which is today the most traditional Brazilian festival in Florida. We've hosted the festival for 8 years in Pompano Beach and 3 years in Fort Lauderdale. And it is a dream come true for us to be hosting the festival this year in Deerfield Beach on October 17th at the Quiet Waters Park. There's a large concentration of Brazilians in Deerfield Beach. I think the largest population of Brazilians today are here in Deerfield Beach, but also in Broward and in Miami. The festival is a community festival, helps our minorities, brings together the whole community, brings Brazilians second, third, and fourth generation back to the roots, brings tourists, growth, exposure, and it's a dream come true to be in Deerfield Beach for us. Unfortunately, as you may know, there are many cuts in arts and culture right now coming the federal government and the state. And festivals, especially multicultural festivals, are getting out of business. So today I came here because somebody from housing has contacted us saying that they are extremely happy to see the festival coming to the town. And I'm coming before you to leave with Heather a business presentation that I hope you have the opportunity to review with the city manager, because I believe that the person that contacted us from housing told me that you asked them to contact us. And I hope that we could have an opportunity to bring the festival here, keep the festival alive, bring people to the city. We love the city. We love the city. But we are seeking in-kind services, such as BSO, fire, and generators. That's all we are looking for, because it has been extremely tough on us. So I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry if you must be exhausted. I apologize if I took your time. Thank you so much. I will be getting in touch with the city manager if you allow me to do that.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
if you could please leave your information with Madam Clerk, she'll make sure that all 5 of us and the city manager get it.
Okay, thank you. God bless you. I'm
Sir,
sorry.
what makes you think we're exhausted?
Gee.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, who is next?
He left.
What was the name?
Richard Denoa.
Is Richard here?
He left.
Okay, we'll skip him. Who's next, please?
That's it.
That's all that signed up? Okay, is anyone else inside the public, in the commission chamber like to speak that did not sign up this evening for public comment on any item not on the agenda this evening?
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I'd like to speak about something that our city attorney mentions all the time. No comments shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibilities shall be permitted. Well, on July 7th, I stood up for myself because I was attacked along with 4 other tax-paying, voting residents here in the city of Deerfield Beach by our illustrious mayor. This was inappropriate to be singled out as friends of a certain commissioner at the July 7th commission meeting. And name-calling, which was witnessed at the last commission meeting, such as Mr. Smiley and Mr. Peanut, we cannot unhear what was said that evening. I appreciate District 1 Commissioner's apology, but I don't think it was sincere. Therefore, I have issued a yellow and a red card to the city attorney and city manager in case of any wrongdoings by the city commissioners and mayor for the future. These cards should be used going forward. I would like to thank Mr. Plout for helping get the street lights on Federal Highway looked at, because I saw crews there today and they're working at getting those lights working again. I have also spoken to Mr. Shanetsky in the last 6 months, and he was able to take care of all the lights in District 3. So if I have friends on the commission board or on the commission diocese here, those friends are friends because they are looking out for the residents of the city of Deerfield Beach. And if our mayor doesn't like it, too bad. Electric scooters and bicycles are getting faster and faster and are using bike lanes and are traveling faster than motorized traffic. How do we make our roadways safe for both? As I personally do not want to be involved in an involuntary manslaughter suit after being run into by a speeding child or teen. It has come to my attention that our city offices do not recycle. Why is that? And what sort of example is our city sending our residents if you want us to recycle, but the city offices don't? I saw this at the backpack giveaway on Saturday, where hundreds and hundreds of plastic bottles were thrown in the garbage. I also noticed that every single piece of cardboard that was left over after that event also went into the trash. I'm going to quote something that I heard by our city manager on Saturday that really rang true with me. It's not see something, say something. It's see something, do something. And finally, don't ask what your city can do for you. What can you do for your city? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we don't have BSO to protect us, so I guess we'll have to bring much larger people to meetings so that we can throw you guys out.
Next, please.
You go, girl.
Okay. Quite funny. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I also don't accept the apology. I want to correct you, Mayor Drosky. This is not just your business meeting, but this is our business meeting as well. If we want to make this into a pep rally, then we should be able to make it into a pep rally. We, the citizens, have every right to do that. You want decorum and respect on the dais, but where are you commanding the dais to provide respect and decorum towards citizens? There should be order in the room, but not just from us, but from you and the commissioners as well. Not once do we ever get answers to our questions that we present to you. You tell us to talk to somebody else, but never once do you ever follow up to make sure that our questions are getting answered. If they did, we wouldn't have to keep asking questions like, what's going on with the railroad crossings? Are they ever going to get fixed? This is why this type of meeting does not make sense. You said no back and forth. Well, you're saying you want back and forth from us, but you don't want back and forth from us. Citizens come and state their cases and ask their questions so that they can be part of the recorded record. Otherwise, you can always answer, well, I didn't know that that really concerned you. I didn't know that you were worried about something in our city. You can always play ignorance, but then again, ... Jimmy Carter was a great politician, a great non-politician. He didn't want to run for office, but he saw a need to help the citizens. Yes, peanut farmers have a better seat at the table. You can call us whatever you want, but calling us peanuts is actually a compliment. He said, and I quote, "The only things of enduring value are those that improve the lives of others." Maybe you should do a better job of working on that. Thank you.
Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak? Madam Clerk, we'll shift to online.
Michael Estrada.
Okay, Mr. Estrada. That was Sassy was here a moment ago.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way, District 2. I just want to spend a little bit of time kind of talking about what I'm hoping to see from our city as we move forward out of this entire situation. I as always, I'm going to talk about the interconnected tree canopy. I think that our city needs to have our climate resiliency and particularly around shade and walkability be more front and center in our discussions as we talk about what development is going to look like, not just at the beach area, but the entire city. We talk about how we're trying to get more people involved in civic life here in Deerfield Beach. I think that means getting more people out to these meetings, getting more people into the voting booth on election day, and overall just more participation. But I think it's up to the city to make that more accessible and to make that enticing for residents. That could look like holding more of these community meetings. I know that we've had numerous workshop meetings around the charter, but I think that there needs to be something that is more widespread throughout the city and doesn't feel like it's concentrated in specific areas over and over and over. I think that oftentimes I find it, even as a millennial who is very adept at working things online, I find it difficult to navigate the civic website that Deerfield is currently on. I signed up for the Mayor's Chess Challenge and couldn't figure out when the actual first day was. It wasn't until I checked Facebook the day after that I realized I missed the first week. Oftentimes things like finding agendas and Zoom meetings are buried under pages and pages that you have to navigate through. And it's not something that opens up for people to get involved. The other piece being around language. A good majority of our city, I would say, English is not necessarily their first language, or at the very least, not the only language spoken at home. Those kind of things do cost money, whether it be translation services, whether it be providing bilingual translators in person. But I do think that it's blocking accessibility for a good number of the residents who are taxpayers. For example, if you showed up to any of these commission meetings or this workshop, your options for bilingual sharing, whether or not they are available, aren't something that's easily advertised and put forward for folks. So I think as we get more people involved in civic life here in Deerfield, I really hope that we take that to extend beyond just the commission chambers. I hope that we are looking to get more people out at our community events. I'm hoping that we're getting more people out on the streets, walking around, enjoying the many businesses and places that we have to enjoy within the city limits. And I think that starts with the folks there at City Hall. I really do hope to see more outreach. I hope to see more opportunities for people to get involved. And I really hope that you all remove some of these barriers that currently exist that are keeping the vast majority of people not in the know about these very important things that are happening in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Who else is online, Madam Clerk? Mr. Engine, go ahead, please.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I have to follow up Mr. Freitag's pretty funny commentary. I do remember some of the comments from that meeting. I don't think Mr. Freitag and I have agreed on a whole lot, but we can civilly disagree. I remember back to July 4th, I was with my family at about to eat at JB's, and he's wearing his Save Our Beaches shirt, and we had a vibrant discussion about everything. I think we need a lot more of that in this city, not taking shots at each other, and the dialogue that happens. I think that both sides that involves that. I think that we need to tone down the rhetoric as a city, and come together, because we all care about this city. That's why you're all up there listening to these meetings, and why we're all taking this time to stay listening to these meetings and giving our opinion. So I certainly hope, I've had, I was the Dan Hers of Boca Raton, and have had many uncivil disagreements with even current elected officials that we have come together, and whether we see eye to eye on everything, at least it's civilly, a civil conversation. So I certainly hope that as a city, we can do that going forward, whether the people in the room and other commenters, or the people up on the dais, and the people in the room. We certainly need to follow Robert's Rules of Order in these meetings. We do have that. We can't turn them into spectacles, but we can certainly civilly disagree, and not take opinions and shots at those that are taking the time to put up with a whole lot that I know for this, what the commission's sitting up there, and I know that the financial aspect of it is considerable to some. It may not be to others for the heartache and the things that they need to listen to. So I just hope we can all come together and be more civil and be more professional on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unjian. Madam Clerk, who's next?
John Slattery.
Mr. Slattery, go ahead, please.
Hello, John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so civil discourse, right? So being able to have a civil exchange back and forth and exchange ideas and comments. It's the ideal scenario. Unfortunately, a lot of people are frustrated, and I'm just going to speak for myself right now. I heard at least 8 different commenters get up during the earlier session and asked the commission, the mayor, or perhaps the city attorney to address just the concern about extending terms for 20 months. And I actually read out to you my written part here that the Charter Review Board, which the commission itself appointed to study these amendments, put forward a version of the same election date change that would have shortened the term by roughly 4 months, not extended them by 20. And to have the mayor listen to everybody get up and talk, and then just say at the end of that and try to summarize it and say it would have been 20 months one way or the other, somewhere it would have been 20 months extension, is not just disingenuous, it's a lie. It's not what the review.
Mr. Slattery, we need to
Charter
keep the
Review
comments
Board.
to non-public agenda items, please.
It's not what the review board suggested. It's a lie.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. Madam Clerk, who's next, please? Okay, no one else online. Anyone else in the commission chamber like to speak for public comment this evening? Okay, we're going to close the public comment, and Mr. City Attorney, we're on to the consent agenda. If we could just do 6 and 7 first, please.
Okay, would you like to consider 6 and 7 together?
Yes.
Okay, we're currently on consent board appointments, items 6 and 7.
Okay. Any polls by the commission?
Yeah, I want to pull 6.
Okay, so we'll just vote on items 6 and 7 separately. So Mr. City Attorney, if you want to do
Sure.
6, and then we'll do 7 separately.
Item number 6 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Joseph Cummings as an alternate member of the Community Appearance Board and providing for an effective date.
Vice Mayor, not only is this your item, but you pulled it. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I just, you know, as Commissioner Preston said, these appointments have become a political, I don't know what you want to call it, issue. And I don't want them to be, none of us want them to be, but I think it's important to understand that this is a privilege to be nominated to a board. This individual represents the commission, represents the city. So an individual who requests to be appointed to a board is also held to higher standards. And that individual needs to represent the city. Now, it's fine if you've got difference of opinions, but when that opinion is against everything on every decision that the city makes, that kind of says that there's an agenda behind it. The reason I am appointing Joe Cummings to this position is because he has proven himself over 10 years on this board that he has done a tremendous job and deserves to be on the job. There are 2 residents that applied for District 1 for this board. When I publicly had already said that I was going to nominate Joe Cummings. I know that District 2 has 2 openings on that board. So if they want to consider anyone from District 1 who has already applied, there's one candidate who I would not have an issue with if you applied for, but the other one I definitely would not be in favor of. So if they apply for your opening, that's something for yourself to consider. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and nominate Joe Cummings for this board.
Okay, before we do, Commissioner Shinetsky has his light on, and we have to do public hearing as well.
Thank you. Well, I don't think this is political. I mean, this appointment, Community Appearance Board. One of the great things about the charter revision journey, and it's been a journey, it's been almost a year, was I got the opportunity to speak with people in District 1. I mean, I've gone to the beach a few times and but I mean, I really don't know District 1. And I had the pleasure to speak with people that live in District 1, that know the history of District 1. They know the neighborhoods. And District 1, it's an island. It's very, very unique. I mean, I learned things about the infrastructure, the history of the different neighborhoods that I had no idea about District 1. And I think that's critical, especially with Community Appearance Board. Now, the definition, I looked it up in the charter of what they're looking for in a Community Appearance Board member, serves as a liaison between the city and property owners to evaluate properties based on minimum design criteria before developers permit can be issued, reviews and approves or rejects exterior design plans for and aesthetics of multifamily, commercial, industrial properties to ensure that they meet design standards. And this is District 1. I think it's critical to have somebody that lives in District 1, that knows about District 1, the ins and outs, to be able to represent their district. This is for the benefit of the district. I also looked up in the city charter what they're looking for when they're looking for Community Appearance Board. Now, again, Community Appearance Board, planning and zoning is very, very technical. They recommend that they maybe be an architect. They recommend that they maybe be a landscape architect. They recommend that they maybe be a registered sign contractor. And they also recommend that they own a business in the district that they're representing, in this case, District 1. And also they're saying, hey, they recommend that they maybe have an engineering license or urban planning license. So this is very, very specific. The person that I recommend and was approved, thank you, for District 3, Les Gerson, he has a degree in electrical engineering. He has a master's in electrical engineering. He has a business in electrical engineering. He has a business in District 3. He's also been a part of Century Village, which has done an $18 million revitalization of their infrastructure, their landscape. We're building a whole new park, totally transformed Century Village from 10, 15 years ago. And this person who's going to be serving District 3 it was a key component of that. But most importantly, my representative now for Community Appearance Board in District 3 knows the nuts and bolts of District 3. And what District 3 is, power line, sample, and in between. He knows the nuts and bolts. If I took him and say, hey, I want to put you on District 1, he would say, Danny, I don't really know that much about District 1. Now, when I was speaking with people in District 1, I've had a lot of people say to me, they would love to volunteer for their community in District 1. They would love to be able to give their expertise and history of what they know. So I think it's critical. It's not political. It's critical for in this position for District 1 to know about District 1. I mean, you're representing District 1. There are 4 different districts, each district, and I said it the last time, different nuances, different experience, different history, different point of view for the city to be whole. Each part, 1, 2, 3, 4, needs to be able to come together and give their expertise. That's a balance. When you have 2 people that live in one district or 3 people that live in one district, you're not balancing out the city. I mean, and especially going forward, the cities, we're looking at developing, we're looking at changing things, changing the look of the city. We need to have experts in each one of the districts. So that's why I'm against this. It's nothing personal. I want to no, it's nothing personal. I want the expertise that District 1 is representing to the full capacity. So I'm voting against it.
Let's open item number 6 to the public. Would anyone from the public like to speak on item number 6? Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up tonight?
No, sir.
Mr. Freitag, come on down.
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I guess we find ourselves in this circus once again. It started with District Commissioner number 4. Mr. Plout was trying to put somebody in from District 2 into his district, and we were not in favor. Mr. Hudak made it very, very clear that because Mr. Shanetsky decided that he wanted someone new, because he's new, you all wanted to shoot him down because Mr. Cummings is a great guy. No argument. I have no problem with Mr. Cummings. However, he does not live in District 1. Mr. Shanetsky's argument is valid. It holds weight. And our charter claims that all the commissioners have to live for at least 2 years in their district before they can run to be a commissioner. I know that Mr. Soroka made it very clear that that does not trickle down to the appointments. However, it should, because what's really to prevent any commissioner from having all their appointments be from District 1 or District 2, even though they live in District 3 or 4. So we need to try and keep things simple here. I have nothing against Mr. Cummings whatsoever. However, I think this is a big mistake. We have residents in District 1 who are more than qualified and would be more than happy to participate, but are yet not being given the opportunity because of some sort of relationship between District 1 Commissioner and Mr. Cummings. Call it political, call it this, call it that, call it whatever you want to. It stinks. It makes no sense whatsoever. And each district should be governed by the same rules and regulations. If Mr. Preston is going to bring somebody from District 4 and appoint them as an HPB appointment, I'll be up and speaking about this again. I would definitely recommend that you vote no and allow someone from District 1 who deserves the opportunity to participate in our city. Why do you want to keep putting the same people back into positions? They lost one position. They can move on, do something else. Thank you ever so much for your time.
Next, please.
April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. My issue here is with District 1 representation. The District 3 resident selectee was chosen before a District 1 vacancy was made known to the public. I'd like to know why an applicant from District 3 is being appointed to fill a District 1 Community Appearance Board vacancy over several qualified District 1 applicants. I'd like to know why they were chosen even before the vacancy was announced. I'm one of the many who applied, and now that word is out, I hope more do apply. As an air traffic controller, my job required attention to detail, objectivity, teamwork, and applying established standards to complex situations. I bring the same qualities to this Community Appearance Board. I own and operate a hospitality business where appearance, landscaping, design, photography, and first impressions affect my business as well as the city. Through my tourism websites and photography, I've helped showcase both to visitors from around the world. As a District 1 resident, this area matters to me. My family has deep roots here going back to the early 70s. I own 4 properties here and 2 businesses here, and I've been actively involved in this community since long before this current commission. Over the last 25 years, I've helped install butterfly gardens at Deerfield Beach Elementary, the Arboretum, and now I'm helping with Percy White Library. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that in the name of equal fair representation, item 6 be removed from the consent agenda, and that all District 1 applicants, including mine, are given fair consideration before applicants from other districts are considered. I appreciate the information from the city clerk today about the opening in District 2, but for the same reasons I've stated earlier, I think District 2 is best represented from somebody who lives there and has a business there. It's near and dear to my heart, but District 1 is where my history and knowledge resides. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on item number 6 this evening?
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. What's something that is going to be, maybe what I should back that up. What people don't know is advisory boards, the appointments to those advisory boards flow with the person on the dais that puts that person into that position. So every 4 years, the dais changes positions, and so does positions on the advisory board. Somehow we kind of got that call misconstrued in the past year and a half that things weren't done at the time. The letters weren't sent to the members of the board saying, thank you, your time is up. Please let your commissioner, your incoming commissioner know if you're interested in that position. I don't think that happened. I don't know what happened. But here's something that's going to be pretty interesting come November, one way or another. Whoever you appoint is going to be there during your duration of your term. If your term ends in March, they're out in March. If your term ends 20 months after March, they get to stay in that position for another 20 months after March. Is that right? Is that fair to those of us who live in our district and want to represent our district on any of these advisory boards? Is that fair to the people that put you in office to not have representation? Something doesn't sound right. And again, like good visitors, if they last longer than 2 weeks, it's really, really fishy.
Madam Clerk, I have a handout for you. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I live in District 1. So on July 6th, when we had our last issue with this, I just want to real quickly point out what each commissioner said. So Commissioner Plout said, I get it. It's politics. Uncle Bernie even chimed in and he said, to discard Joe Cummings, it's a political ploy. Then Commissioner Preston said, when you play politics, it's wrong. And Commissioner Hudak said, this is personal, not professional. And my favorite comment was from the mayor when he said, this is playing politics at its worst. So what the mayor forgot to tell everybody was when he brought up the, in his words, awful precedent that this commission did not approve Tom Plout's decision to put Darlene Swaffer, District 2 resident, as his representative on the Charter Review Board. Let's go into a little detail about that, shall we? So that everybody knows the real story. So there was a nice woman by the name of Tanya Heck, and she showed up to every single Charter Review Board in District 4. But Tanya Heck kept her mouth shut, and nobody knew how she was going to vote. And that wasn't acceptable to the District 4 commissioner. So he found a reliable voter named Darlene Swaffer, who he knew exactly how she was going to vote. And that is the real reason why he did what he did. So let's be honest here. So that precedent was awful. And that's what led us to not let it happen again. But of course, Commissioner Hudak is trying to do that again because his buddy Joe Cummings got his feelings hurt. And how can anybody in the city who knows anything say that Joe Cummings is a better candidate than April Bolowitz? Are you kidding me? But to Commissioner Hudak, it's always all politics. And finally, let's not forget the mayor, and this is the handout. So you've got here this wonderful handout from the desk of Republican leader Joe Cummings, prominent member of Century Village. Look at that wonderful picture down at the bottom of Joe and Todd with their arms around each other. It's heartwarming.
Anyone else like to speak on item number 6 this evening? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Former Commissioner Bernie Parnes, and then Michael Estrada.
Okay. Commissioner Parnas, go ahead, please.
I have heard the biggest bunch of nonsense going in the last few minutes. Number one, Joe Cummings, who started as an alternate, was elected chairman of the committee. His work was impeccable. Number two, the commission admitted its mistake, but because there's nothing in the bylaws that says a committee person has to live in the district to represent it. Number three, you do not only vote for your district. If they want to build a hotel on Hillsborough Boulevard and Federal Highway, the whole Community Appearance Board has to vote on it. Not saying, oh, it's in District 1. Only the District 1 community appearance person has a say. No, the Community Appearance Board is there to do the whole city and how it looks. And would it be better to have that project built or not? And what will it look like? I'll give you an example. The wall around Century Village, the Community Appearance Board voted that they could only do so many panels plain, and then they had to have a different type so that people driving wouldn't have their eyes glued to the wall. So that every 100 feet, you have a different pattern of wall that goes around the village. That's what the Community Appearance Board did. Had nothing to do with District 3 or District 2 or District 1. The whole Community Appearance Board voted that that's what they wanted to approve the project. Joe Cummings did nothing wrong. He has been an exemplary product of workmanship for the benefit of the city. Now, it's my understanding that new coming commissioners that come in have 3 months to evaluate committee heads. If they don't do anything in the first 3 months, it is assumed they accept them as acceptable. If that's the case, and the city attorney can tell me if I'm wrong, but that's what I read, then after 3 months, Joe Cummings was accepted by the District 3 commissioner. Why then would he want to replace him? I'd like an explanation. If it wasn't political, what was it? Poor workmanship? You can't say that.
Wind it down, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who's next? Okay, Mr. Estrada, go ahead, please.
Hey folks, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest Sixth Way, District 2. First, this isn't about Mr. Cummings. I'm sure he's qualified, and I really appreciate anyone who's willing to volunteer their time to serve Deerfield. But my concern is with the principle. So we elect commissioners by district because we know that different parts of the city have different perspectives and priorities. And whenever possible, which I think is always, given the amazing talent we have here in Deerfield, the advisory boards need to reflect that same balance. So I think if they're qualified residents from District 1 who are willing to serve, I don't see a compelling reason why we'd appoint someone from another district. Every district deserves to have a seat at the table. More broadly than that, I think this highlights something that our city needs to improve. Like I mentioned in my last comment, we should be doing a better job engaging residents and creating more opportunities for people to participate. There's thousands of talented people here in Deerfield that I'm sure would gladly serve if they knew where they were needed and how they could participate. So if Mr. Cummings wants to continue serving, and I really hope he does, because we've heard great things about him, I think there should be plenty of opportunities for him to do so, just as there should be for residents in every district, just not on this board representing a district they don't live in. And going forward, I'd really encourage the commission to adopt a policy requiring that members appointed to represent a district actually reside in the district, just as commissioners are required to. That would create a really clear and consistent standard, and I think it would help every part of our city have an equal voice. So the goal shouldn't be, just to rely on the same handful of volunteers. It should really be to build a deeper bench of engaged residents across every district, and I think that we have those folks available if you all do the work. That leads to better representation, stronger boards, more public confidence in the decisions that they help shape, and really something I think that you all need to take into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Mr. Ungian, you're next, please.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I flip-flopped through all these comments tonight. I was going to say I agree with everybody. Then I heard Mr. Hers say that he's a super Republican with his arm around the mayor. And then I heard old Commissioner Parnas, who's a super Dem, say he's a fantastic candidate. Hearing that it's not a requirement, as everything's all politics, hearing that from both sides of apparently the aisle, Mr. Cummings is a fantastic candidate, apparently. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be, but if he shouldn't be, and I've never thrown my hat in the ring for any city, for anything, as a property owner who manages a Class A office building and happens to own that as well and self-manage it, living in District 1 as well, maybe I would throw my hat in the ring as well. So thanks. Have a great night.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anyone else online? Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Last chance on item number 6 this evening. We're going to close the public comment to item number 6. We'll go Commissioner Shinetsky, then Commissioner Preston.
Okay, thank you. I just want to respond to what the former commissioner had said about the 3-month rule. The first 3 months, and like the former commissioner has said, and he said this when he wanted to have a 3rd term referendum, he said, the first term, we don't know anything. 2nd term, we start to gel. 3rd term, we know everything, so we need to have a 3rd term. So that's what he said. I want to say the first 3 months, I didn't even know where the bathroom was. I couldn't even find the bathroom. Something important like this, community board appointment, I really wasn't sure what the focus was, what the duties entail. I needed time. So that's the reason why the first 3 months, I'm like, oh, I guess so. I mean, the first 3 months was like a daze to me, getting my computer, getting my password, briefings. So that's why I made the change. After a year, I really knew what's best for at least I feel what's best for my district. So that's why I decided to make the change. And I'm glad I did. The first 3 months really is not acceptable to really know what you want to do to represent the district. So I want to answer that.
Thank you, Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I think that the real meaning is lost in how we communicate. I don't really want to talk for the District 1 Commissioner, and Commissioner, you're more than welcome just to stop me, but his heart was in the right place. He saw that there was more to it than just an appointment of somebody being appointed to a board. And I even brought this out, saying that there was a personal aspect to this. And because he saw that and thought that the process probably wasn't as good as it could have been, he volunteered and said he'd like to, if he could help, he would. And I feel, this is just my opinion, that he saw a man that wanted to serve. I even said that, that I would hope something good could happen for Mr. Cummings. And he saw that somebody wanted to serve. I can also tell you there was a time in Deerfield Beach, it was very hard to get anybody on the board because people didn't want to do it. Right now, we're in a good situation where there is an abundance. And when you have that, that's a good thing. So I know I can see why he wanted Mr. Cummings appointed. My problem is that when you hear a Roger Freitag say what he said, he's actually right. And you have to consider that too. Ms. Bolowich said she'd like to serve, and they live there. So that's where, I'm conflicted now, because you have people that live in that area that want to be involved. And how do you say no to a person who lives in a particular geographic and said, I'd like to participate, but then you're not doing it? I really do hope that Mr. Cummings can get involved in a situation where he can contribute, because I believe his heart is in the right place. But also, you can't disregard what Mrs. Bolowich said, what Mr. Freitag said, because if you do, that further alienates us from the people, and unless I heard what I heard tonight, I was, if people didn't have any objections, then I would have no problem with Mr. Cummings. But I can't hear what I heard and say it's okay, because Ms. Bolowich lives in District 1, and she says, I want to help my community. And Mr. Freitag was saying that there are people in the district that are qualified and want to help. You can't ignore that. You just can't. And if you did, it's not right to do so. So, but I can tell you that my colleague's heart was in the right place. He doesn't deserve to be bashed for that. He saw a man that wanted to serve, and there was other things that was there. And there was a personal aspect that actually drove the miscommunication. And it didn't have to be like that. And the commission, unfortunately, was put in the middle of it. And, it just wasn't the right thing to do. But I'm glad that there are people in District 1. And I would hope that those people that want to serve will be considered for this position. But I'm going to tell you, I just think that, again, the things that were said, the points of view by the District 1 residents is good with me. And so I'd like to see them get the first opportunity to be able to serve. You heard Mr. Ungian just said that I'll throw my hat in. It's a good thing to have all of those people who live in a particular area want to serve that area. For in serving that area, they also serve the city of Deerfield Beach. But again, as I said prior, people who know the situation best are the people who live there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commission,
Motion to approve item 6.
Second.
Madam Clerk, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plow. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston, Commissioner Shinetsky,
No.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 7 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Jacqueline Diaz to the Historic Preservation Board, providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Preston, your turn.
I just want to, I highly recommend Ms. Diaz, highly. I came to actually know her through her coming to me about complaints, but I quickly understood that she cared about where she lived, how she could better it. I am so proud to nominate her. She's going to do a fantastic job. She's full of energy. She's a very intelligent young lady, and she is guided by the idea of making things around her better. She called me up and said, I want to serve, and wherever you can put me. She just wants to give back. She understands there's no money, but when you get that kind of passion, I know that she will be a difference maker. I'm so extremely proud of her. And with that, I nominate her to be in this position, and she will serve this city in a very good way.
Okay. When the time comes, I'll take that as a motion to approve number 7. But before that, we do have to go to public comment. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for number 7?
No, sir.
Anyone inside the commission chamber like to speak on item 7?
She's a good person, Mr. Freitag.
Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I have one question for Commissioner Preston.
Yes.
And that question is, does this person live in District 2?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And I'd like to say the following to Mr. Plout, the mayor, and Michael Hudak. Thank you for cheapening the city of Deerfield Beach.
Anyone else like to speak on item number 7?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue, proudly living in District 1. So, Jackie Diaz is a wonderful choice. She's committed, and Roger stole my first question, which was to make 100% sure that she lives in District 2. But my other point was that when this was posted in the backup, the city manager forgot to put Jackie Diaz's form so that the citizens could review it. So maybe the city manager could actually look at the backup before it's distributed so that he can catch these mistakes so that they don't happen again.
Anyone else like to speak on item 7? Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up, or excuse me, raise their hand online? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on number 7. Commission?
I'd like to make a motion that Jackie Diaz be accepted to this position. Number 7, approve number 7.
Seconded.
Motion to approve item 7 by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
We now at consent agreements and expenditure requests. Items 8 through 16 are currently on consent.
Okay, we have 8 through 16 on consent. Is there any discussion items on those by my colleagues tonight?
Yes.
Okay, number,
I'd like to comment on 9 and 11 and also pull 13.
okay, 13 seems to be popular. Okay, so 9 and 11 for comment. Commissioner Hudak, or Vice Mayor Hudak, did you want to pull 13 or comment on 13? Okay, so we're going to consider 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 first. with number 9 being the first one for comment by Commissioner Shinesky.
Okay, thank you. All right. I mean, my comment is this. I know several months ago, we hired an outside firm to do our purchase processing, purchase managing. I just want some sort of update on that. Has the process been smoother? Are the bids better? I mean, the whole goal was to outreach to Deerfield Beach businesses. I just wanted an update. I'm not criticizing. I'm not going one way or the other. Just want to know report card time since we've hired this outside purchasing firm to handle the purchasing process instead of in-house, which it was for the longest time. Could you give us an update on that? The city manager how has things changed? Just want some feedback.
As I discussed with you at our meeting, yes, it has improved, and they are generating all of the necessary SOPs to make sure that when we're done with their services, that all of those processes are in place. But yes, it has improved, and if you have any additional questions, I can, if there are specific ones, I can handle that.
Thank you.
And number 11, Commissioner Shinesky?
11, this is just a comment. When I had spoken with the city manager, he said that to apply for these home program funds, you go to the city website, you go to community service, and then you'll see all these different types of funds for people, for citizens, utility purchasing assistance, people who are having problems paying their electrical bill, housing grants program. Now, I know in my district, in District 3, I've had residents from Century Village, condos, as well as other, communities use this and applied for housing, rehabilitation funds to help them with their condo, with their structures. And, it's a wonderful thing. So I definitely encourage people to go to the city website, look at community service, and look at all these city programs that we're offering, that we're getting grants from the state, from the federal government, that Jonathan Salas and the city manager are working to expand on. So please, it's out there. It helps people, and just want to make people aware of it.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comment on items 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for those?
Gone.
I don't see. I don't
They
see them
left.
still here. Correct. Everything else is 13? Nothing else for the others? Okay, would anyone in the commission chamber like to speak on 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 this evening? And just let us know which numbers, please.
Number 10, Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue, and I still live in District 1. So this is interesting. So since the city just threw away $75,000 of our tax dollars, maybe we should see if there's something that we can learn here. And in the background, there's not a lot, but there is one key sentence that I want to read out loud for everybody. The motorist could not see Ophelia Bisesto due to the LED safety lights on the crosswalk installed and maintained by the city not operating that night. So no way for us to know, as the taxpayers who just lost out on $75,000, was this a one-night stand, or was this out for weeks? And we're so lucky because there's someone here tonight who was actually the public safety director when this occurred. And of course, I'm speaking about Rodney Brimlow. So maybe since he was the director of public safety, and this definitely sounds to me like a public safety malfunction, maybe we could all learn something from this so that it doesn't happen again, and we can at least get some return for our $75,000 investment. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Anyone else, excuse me, inside the commission chamber would like to speak on items 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, or 16? Madam Clerk, are there any hands raised online? Okay, so we'll close the public comment to those items. Commission?
Motion to approve all of the items but item 13.
Motion to approve the consent agenda sans item 13 by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. I hear you there, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes, Mr. City Attorney, we'll go to number 13 and Commissioner Shinetsky will be first and followed by Vice Mayor Hudak.
Item number 13 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach approving the special event permit application submitted by Salt and Soil Farmers Market LLC to host a farmers market taking place on the northwest area of the Cove Shopping Plaza every Saturday during the months of October 2026 through May 2027 from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Approving and authorizing execution of a parking lot license agreement for use of the city's parking area, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Commissioner Shinetsky, you're first.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to say, I love the green market. I love the fresh market. I think it's wonderful. In fact, in Century Village, fought very hard and we had it and we're having it again, a fresh market in Century Village. In fact, one of our vendors, Mel Nash with his delicious cherry pies was one of the key vendors. So I'm definitely in favor of a fresh market, a green market. I think it's wonderful. Other cities I had brought up last time, like Riviera Beach, they have a green market on the beach. Very successful. Boca Raton, if you go to BRIC, which is the Boca Raton Industrial Center, Innovative Center, right, okay. They have a wonderful green market there and it's wonderful. So I'm definitely in favor of it. The only question I have is in this particular space, and again, it's questions, and I've been doing research and I've been speaking to people, and they say that the businesses in the Cove Shopping Center, several businesses or a lot of them, they're saying that they've actually lost money. They've actually lost money because it takes away parking, it takes away business from them on a Saturday. But again, I feel it's also great because it also spotlights. Here you go to a green market and you're like, oh, wow, I didn't know there's a restaurant there. Hey, Ethel, let's go tonight. Or wow, there's a barber shop. A little later, I'm going to get a trim. So it's spotlight. So I think it's wonderful. But we also need to address some of these other issues. Is it taking away business from, resident businesses? That's number one. Also, in doing research, I was told that the applicant is offering to pay rent $500 a month, but they're looking to maybe get with their endeavor maybe $144,000 to $150,000 profit, but yet they're offering $500 a month to the city. But yet I was told when doing research that they're willing to negotiate. So my question is, why aren't we negotiating to do what's even better for the city? Because the bottom line is this, they're also looking for services from the city, the cleanup. The city's going to be doing the cleanup. So it's a give and take. So I think a little bit more negotiation should go into this before we just vote. Before we just vote on this. The other thing, in speaking with people, thank you so much. I'm sorry. I'm losing weight, so that's why my fat fingers are losing weight. Thank you so much. And speaking with people that live near the area, they're saying, you know what? Instead of having, every single Saturday there, why not rotate this green market? And we have areas like Constitution Park. We have Pioneer Park, Trailblaze Plaza, which is in my area on Military and Hillsborough. The beach, I've always been advocating to maybe put a green market in the beach. So I'm not saying no to this, but I'm saying, hey, why not rotate? Why not have one Saturday at the Cove, possibly? Why not have another Saturday at Pioneer Park? Why not have another Saturday at Sullivan Park? Why not have another Saturday at the beach? and maybe one at Trailblazer Plaza, so that this way you could circulate, because we want to get businesses flowing. So I think before we make a decision or vote tonight, I think maybe we should do more research. Maybe we should do more negotiation to see maybe we can get something better for the city, because they're going to be providing services. So I make a suggestion or motion to table this and maybe bring this up at another date that we have more information based on some of the questions I put out there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hudak.
Well, first of all, that's not the city's decision, that's the applicant's decision. I too have spoken to a lot of the businesses in the Cove, and they have lost a lot of money. So I've talked to the applicant on more than one occasion that would not support it being at the Cove. I do support a farmer's market. I actually spoke with the owner of the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center on Federal and 10th Street, and they would be willing to host it there. And I've advised the applicant that as well. But she is adamant that she would like it at the Cove. And based on my communication with a lot of the businesses there, they've lost a lot of money on the Saturdays that it's there. I know it's been a parking challenge, and so therefore I could not support it being at the Cove.
Mr. City Manager, I think there's more questions and answers unless some of my colleagues come up. Is this something that we can get with you in the intervening 2 weeks and get more information if the motion to table is successful?
Yeah, we can further discuss it, and we can have Parks and Rec go back and discuss it with the applicant as well. I think the applicant has had conversations, as Commissioner Hudak just mentioned, about what the desire of the applicant is, but we can certainly take back the comments from the commission and revisit that with the applicant.
I think that would be appropriate. Mr. City Attorney, do I need to open it to the public if we do the motion to table?
Yes, if the intent is to send it to the meeting in 2 weeks, you may want to just do a motion to defer to that meeting, if that's the goal.
Okay.
Versus
But
table.
still open it to the public tonight to speak?
Yes.
Okay. So let's open it to the public on item number 13. Give us your feedback, please. And then we can, sounds like we need all of the questions, but we'll make a decision.
Katie Freitag. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, folks signed up first.
I had people sign up. I'm so sorry.
Who's first and who's on deck?
Tita. And then Andrew.
Does Andrew have a last name?
Andrew Esnitz.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Tita Dominguez, and I'm a proud Deerfield Beach business owner. My family has two businesses in the Cove for nearly 20 years, and I'm here tonight asking for your support for the Salt and Soil Farmers Market. I want to acknowledge that I was part of the beginning of the first market, and yes, a lot of the concerns that my fellow business owners, neighbors have brought up are valid. The parking was an issue. The competition that the vendors brought to the existing businesses in the Cove was definitely an issue. And this is why I applied to do things differently. As far as the parking goes, we secured 2 different locations for parking off-site so that the vendors can park there and that it would not affect the customer parking in the Cove. I think the numbers that the commissioner mentioned are incorrect. I know those numbers are out publicly, but those numbers are not correct, and I'll be happy to give you correct numbers. Also, I want you to know that I am intentionally doing it in the Cove because me and my fellow neighbors are suffering right now. 5 o'clock yesterday, the parking lot was full and my restaurant wasn't. I know a lot of people close on Mondays and Tuesdays and the parking lot was full. So where are those cars? They're going to the beach. They're employees of the beach, and it's fine. I'm not complaining about that. But I do think it's important to know that that's happening. My vision for the market is completely different. I value the foot traffic that we get, every exposure that we get. And I could very well market very hard for Casa Maya, but I'm marketing for the Cove as a whole and all the businesses in the Cove, including the ones that are opposing this. So I do want you to know that, and respectfully, they are opposing it, but I don't think they're doing anything to bring business to the plaza. And that's where I come in, and that's what I want to do. So I do ask respectfully for your approval for the Salts and Soil Farmers Market so that we can strengthen the Cove, we can bring new visitors, support existing businesses, and create a local driven destination that benefits the entire Cove. And I'm also willing to market, and I've spoken about this to my neighbors. Part of the money that is going to come in, it's going to go back out to the businesses in very strong marketing. So I think that's important to consider as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, please. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Robert Reed.
Andrew Eisnitz, 918 Southeast 8th Courts. And I am here the opposite of Tita. I'm here to speak up against the proposed farmers market in the center. I'm also here on behalf of several other existing and successful entities that have been there for years. And just so we're clear, she's not asking for something once a year or even once a month. She's asking to take away the parking lot for every single Saturday for 8 straight months. Saturday is by far the best day of the week for almost all of us, literally almost all of us. So the main issue is the parking. It's not a giant parking lot. So I believe you guys want to give her 80, so she's asking for 86 spots. And I know she's saying the vendors will park across the street, but you know what? They're not all going to. So let's just say 14 of them don't. Now we're at 100 spots, right? 70 spots are for the rest of the employees for all of the businesses, okay? And we also have, unfortunately, but it's true, 30 spots every day are taken by people who park in our parking lot and then go work at Flanagan's, Ocean's, Wales Rib, etc. Nothing we can do about it. But now we're up to 200 spots. Then we get on Saturdays especially, even as Tita just said, we have another minimum 50 spots that are taken in the morning by people who park and then take their bikes out and ride their bikes on A1A or just walk to the beach. So that's 250 parking spots, if this is approved, 250 spots gone, spoken for before one customer shows up. Before one customer, for all of the other businesses, 55% of the spots are gone. It's just not fair to the rest of us. She wants to give you guys $500 a month. The 10 businesses that are open, we pay a combined $50,000 a month in rent. $50,000. And we're going to lose our parking spaces to somebody who wants $500 a month for the city. It just doesn't work out. Saturday is the best day of the week for all of us. And this, just like last year, because we have a precedent, and this was done last year. And last year, the majority of the businesses open during these times, we all lost money. We all have records. We can all prove it. Not one of us made a single extra dime from this. So I know it all sounds good, what she came and said. And when it was first came up last year, we weren't all immediately negative. We started out being positive. Oh, it seems like a good idea. People are going to park. People are going to shop. People are going to come. But it never happened. It never, ever happened. Nobody ever came, and I can name several businesses. Not one person came in and said, I'm only here because I saw you at the Cove Market. It never happened. And nothing's going to change this year where all of a sudden all these people are now going to be like, oh, you know what? Let's go to all these other businesses. They come to the market and leave. I'd like to say one more quick thing.
Got to wrap it up real quick.
Get 10 seconds. There's another market 2 miles away, same time, same date. Every single vendor that could sign up with her can go sign up at the other market. It's on like Military in Hillsborough. All the people can go to one market, one big giant market.
That's 10
instead of
seconds,
two.
Andrew. Thank
need,
you.
You don't need 2 markets at the same time within 2
Madam Clerk,
miles
who's
of each
next,
other in
please?
Deerfield.
Reed. And then Denise Bogner.
Robert Reby, 201 Southeast 15th Terrace, District 1. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I was going to speak about a lot what has already been brought up by Commissioner Shinesky and Michael Hudak. But a few things that haven't been brought up, aside from all of the successes that we've heard about the green market. There's been some real problems there with respect to property taxes being as high as they are. These businesses still have to pay for spaces, parking spaces out in front of their business. And what happens is a lot of these patrons come in for the green market, they park right there. So therefore, the people who would normally do business with these businesses can't park anywhere. They park so far away or they just go home. The other thing is that the people from the green market are using the toilet facilities and all these businesses without becoming payers. There's just, I'm not talking about 2 or 3, I'm talking 20 or 30 at a time. It's affecting everybody there. The last thing I want to bring up, because you basically have covered everything I wanted to talk about, is that if you get much closer to or approve the idea that there's going to be a 7-month contract, okay, with this company for every Saturday or every other Saturday. In Florida, the courts have held that when a parking lot is explicitly dedicated to public parking, and it serves as the essential infrastructure for a surrounding shopping center, the city's action to lease it out to private vendors creates severe legal consequences. There is a reverter clause in the original lease or the original deed that Robert Sullivan did 1957 with the city of Deerfield Beach, that if the parking lot is not maintained for the benefit of the public at large, then the entire parking lot is reverted back to the adjacent business owners, which means as far as city is concerned, they lose all control over it. And the only one or the only ones that have control of it would be the property owners. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Mrs. Bogner, you're next.
Richard Majori,
Richard's on deck.
Denise Bogner, 1157 Southwest 26th Avenue. As you all know, I've lived in Deerfield since 1985, so I can kind of make comments on different things that are going on. But for them to use this place from Saturdays, on every Saturday from October to May, it's important that the residents can have access to the businesses there in the Cove. This includes 8 months, many of which during the winter season, when many residents and vacationers come to our area and support businesses in the Cove. Many people park their car there and walk over to the beach. I have done it, so we have to remember that. And once again, there will be another farmer's market at Hillsborough Boulevard and Military Trail. So I think that would be a way to do it. And I please request that you do not make an approval of this at the Cove. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Who's up, Madam Clerk, and who's on deck?
Alexandra Marcelio,
Richard Majori, 1250 Southeast 14th Court and 1540 Southeast 3rd Court. We have lost quite a bit of business last year, the whole season, every Saturday. The only people that came to this market came over to us to use our bathrooms and monopolized our bathrooms. That's it. They spend no money. They take up all the parking. My regular customers have nowhere to park, and I lose money every Saturday morning. Now, this is wrong, and it shouldn't happen. Why can't this be done at Sullivan Park, where you have bathrooms? You're required to have bathrooms when you have all these people there, and you don't have them there, okay? And this should be done at Sullivan Park if that's the area you want to do it. It shouldn't be done in the Cove Shopping Center. It hurts all the businesses there. And I think it's very wrong, and I hope you don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Majori.
Cove started to slow down or was affected by the current economic climate that is affecting Canadians and tourism to the area. I've had my neighbor close down. I speak to new businesses that are opening there. I am very social. I speak to a lot of the businesses in the community. And I think what is being missed by some of the other business owners on this subject is that it's not about a farmer's market existing for profit. It's about a farmer's market existing to bring awareness to the Cove Shopping Center and the businesses there. I can tell you firsthand, I, as a new business owner, ask every customer that walks in the door, how did you find us? How did you hear about us? And so many of them during the time of this market that, the previous person was running said, I haven't been to the Cove in years. The only reason I'm here is because of this farmer's market. So I have a completely opposite perspective and experience, and I have opposite numbers to show of my Saturday mornings. And I think to put in perspective, some of these businesses are bars or lunch places that don't even function at 9 a.m. So from a 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. event being that big of a detriment to their businesses, it just feels like either there's another issue to, address or, I truly believe what Tita is trying to do and what we've spoke extensively about is to raise awareness of the Cove Shopping Center and the businesses within the shopping center. Not only will it, benefit all of us in there to have people visiting the Cove Shopping Center, there will be reach and promotion pre and post event via social media, via people growing, as a community, we can create more together. And I think if all the business owners in the Cove got together and figured out a way to help one another rather than just opposing an idea, they're opposing the idea. They're saying that they've lost money, which again, how is a bar losing money from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.? Maybe there's an hour or two overlap. I can understand that. But I think the extreme that's being expressed just doesn't make sense to me, at least. So I am in full support of this market. And if the market will not be approved, my question to everybody is, and what are we doing to drive more business to the Cove? Because it is needed. Thank you very much.
Great. Excuse me. Great. Thank you. April Bolowich, and who signed up next, Madam Clerk? Everyone will have a chance.
April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. Seems to me like a great reason to have a green market is to draw business to underserved areas of the city. Residents and businesses would love to see a green market bring more shopping traffic. And what location would be cheap, easy, and accessible to visitors? You know what? The city owns land at 10th and I-95. How convenient would that be for Broward County and Palm Beach County visitors? Hop right off of 95 and go to a fabulous green market. Bring in some food trucks too. There's plenty of space. I'd be willing to bet that the vacant lots on Dixie by Papa Sauce would be a wonderful place as well. Combine that. Green market, food truck experience, winner chicken dinner.
Okay, we'll open it to the public that did not sign up. Mr. Nass, you want to go first?
And so I am a vendor, one of the 30.
Gotta state your name and address again.
I'm sorry,
just for
Mel
protocol.
Nass, 3081 Oak Ridge U, Century Village. But I'm a vendor. And so we arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning at the Cove this last season, and we're done at 1. All these selling is shut down at 1 and we're gone. So that's just, we're not there all day Saturday. It's just a segment. What bar is open at 8 in the morning? Yeah, I hear stories and of that. But I park and the other vendors park. There was a shuttle to take us to the church about 2 blocks away. And so after we get set up, we take our car and bring it to the church, just as all the other vendors do. And so that all we have is, if there are 30 vendors there, we take just 30 spots where our tents are set up. Then to think that we could rotate as Commissioner Shinetsky said, every week to go to a different spot. That's not attainable to do that. The Cove is the right place, in my opinion. This would only be one place better. That would be on the beach in the beach parking area. But I understand that that's more, maybe that's somewhere in the future. But the season is right upon us right now. That's the right season for us to be there at those times. And I think the party that's saying, as far as bathrooms being available, she made her a restaurant available to all of the vendors. So I don't see that as a big problem. I think it would be a tremendous loss to lose that very successful market. If anybody, you have any questions about that, I'm fair. I'm in 9 different markets, all over, right around us in a circle almost, Delray, Parkland, and on and on. I'm very, very knowledgeable about that. And I think it would be a terrible, terrible mistake. I think it should be voted upon tonight, and it should hopefully get all of your votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nass.
I said this was going to be last time, but obviously. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. If you haven't been to the Tipperary for breakfast, you're missing out. Fabulous food, incredible staff, and prices that beat everybody else up. So if you haven't been to the Tipperary for breakfast on a fabulous Saturday or Sunday morning, please stop in. It's only been there for 50 years. Right? Here's something that's about to change the entire look, feel, experience of going to the Cove. Not a single person up here has mentioned anything about Mods. Mods is going to be opening right around the end of September. They're looking to get their COO right now. And if you're not familiar with Mods, Mods is the Museum of Discovery and Science that is opening right there across the street from the Cove. So you can't expect any parking available in the entire Sullivan Park area or anywhere around there. All of the overflow parking from Mods is coming into the Cove. Nobody's talking about that. And if I have to do a toss-up between a farmer's market and Mods, I'm taking Mods every day of the week, twice on Saturdays, because it's going to affect our city. It's putting us on the map when it comes to something as big as children's museums. It's going to be incredible. And I think if we're trying to do something like this, we need to wait to see how Mods opening affects the area first, because it is going to take over that area. We're expecting thousands and thousands of people into that museum on a monthly basis. That's what we need to be putting our money towards. That's what we need to be putting our effort towards. And you don't have to spend money cleaning it up afterwards.
Thank you. Mr. Hers, do you mind? He was standing against. Come on over. Thank you.
Spencer Backman, 550 Jefferson Drive. I want to say, Commissioner Platt, I'm sure you get this because you live way out west in District 4 like I do. Look, I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of a drive to go out to the Cove, right? It's 20 minutes, and on a Saturday in, beach time traffic, it's a hike. So I don't go to the Cove very often to shop or eat or do anything, but I love farmers markets, and I have a lot of friends who also like farmers markets and would go with me to explore new ones and see what we like. And I'm someone who, when I like something, I tend to go back again and again. And a lot of vendors, well, let's just say there are some great jams and honeys you can get at farmers markets, and you don't want to go anywhere else afterwards. So I don't know how that affects the parking. I'm not really down there enough to say. I'm not a business owner there. I can just say, as someone in District 4, it's a bit of a drive to go to the Cove on a regular basis. This would drive me out to go to the Cove more often. I do use the bathroom when I'm at farmers markets, but I usually do so when spending money at the restaurant. I understand that's not everyone. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I'm gonna buy a bottle of water if I'm gonna use their bathroom. So, just think about it as someone in District 4 who really doesn't come out to the Cove because, like I said, the beach traffic is pretty bad in Hillsborough. If you get the bridges up and then, all bets are off. I really don't go past Federal just because of how bad traffic is down there. But I have friends who like the Cove Brewery, and I could see myself going to the farmer's market for an hour by myself and meeting them at noon or 1 p.m. for Saturday football or something. I have a lot of people I could do something with this with, and this would drive me down there. So just as a resident, wed in District 4, where the Cove isn't so close, yes, maybe the redheaded stepchild of Deerfield Beach, I do think that driving business down there wouldn't be bad. I've been to farmers markets, Cocoa Market in Delray, the bigger market in Delray, and then a number of others. I love farmers markets. They have great stuff, great food. The vendors are typically good people. I don't know what the parking's been like. Like I said, I just don't go down often enough or on Saturdays. But if anyone does want to make this happen, I can tell you it'll drive my business there.
Thank you, Mr. Backman. Mr. Hurst, thank you for being patient.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. So there's so much more to this story than what was contained in the paltry backup. Because if you look at the backup, the only thing you see is that the numbers show that the operator, Ms. Dominguez, could make a total, if the numbers are accurate, $144,000. And then you see she's got $4,000 in rent expense. So what's the immediate reaction based on this backup? The taxpayers are getting screwed once again. But when you dig a little bit deeper, and that's why I blew this up on social media, because I knew there had to be more to the story. Because how could the city accept such a paltry amount in rent? So because I put this online, Ms. Dominguez was nice enough to comment. And I'm going to read her comment because it's so important to this whole thing. She said, the deal proposed to the city was exactly that, a proposal. Salt and Soil are more than willing to negotiate this and get to a happy medium. I want everyone to be happy and benefit from this. So this told me, there's a lot more to this story. So I was in contact with Ms. Dominguez today, and I found out a ton of information that's not here in the backup. For example, she had her parking situation, at least trying to deal with it by having people come in from the church, and she was paying the church a fee, and she was paying Beach Rides USA to shuttle people back, and the expense wasn't $4,000 in rent. So the bottom line here is there's a lot more information, and of course, the city should have negotiated a much higher rent because Ms. Dominguez is willing to pay it, and also she's willing to explain her marketing budget, and then maybe this all will make some sense. But with the paltry little bit of information in this backup, nobody would ever going on here.
Anyone else, excuse me, in the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 13? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Michael Estrada and then Jonathan Onyenjin.
Okay, Mr. Estrada, you're first.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way, District 2. For one, I think that this is a good idea in theory. I think that having a farmer's market available to residents would go a long way towards bringing, at least I can only speak for myself, to the Cove more frequently. I do hear that there are concerns regarding things like parking, and what the effects on the other businesses there will be, and so I would recommend to the city that they continue to negotiate with the applicant to find ways to kind of cover a few of the things that have been concerns. So one, as you know, the person putting on this event, I think they need to be responsible for the restroom facilities, to make sure that that's something that's available to people that are coming out to this event and not passing that on to the other business owners. Two, I think that the city needs to look into what are the costs that go into maintaining, cleanup before and after the parking lot for this event. Again, as somebody that's putting on the event, I think it needs to be their responsibility and not passed on to the taxpayers, and the city as the ones who manage that space. And then lastly, I think it would be, very helpful, especially with them asking for such a long term. I mean, this is, more than half of the year that they're pushing for. I would like to see the city potentially accept it for a shorter time period and require that there be economic report where they're looking at what the effects of this actually are on the businesses there in the Cove. I truly believe if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And I think one of the problems that the city often has is we put projects into place or we work with vendors, and there's, really good ideas and really good intent, but we're not actually backing it up with the data. And I think that that's something that could easily be calculated to see what the actual effects are about the revenue being brought in, what the effect is on the businesses that are there. And then as some of the other folks had mentioned, I think it's really important that the city, no matter what vendor they're working on when it comes to public lands, are doing the best to make sure that we're receiving a fair and adequate compensation for that space. So I'm all for the city supporting a local entrepreneur. I think it's actually really great that it's existing business owners that are giving this opportunity to expand the kind of work that they're doing. I think it actually provides a really good service to the people of Deerfield. I don't know about everybody else here, but I know that I've been struggling to find enough high quality produce, especially with some of the current issues that are going on with our food system. And so something like this would be very much welcomed, into my family. But I do think that it would be really important that the city is taking the steps to ensure that we're getting the best deal out of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Estrada. And Mr. Ungian is next. Anyone on deck, Madam Clerk?
You ready? Ready for me?
Yes, we are. We can hear you. Thank you.
All right. Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I think that the commission should vote on this thing tonight, because I don't think we should be burdened with wasting a bunch more time in a future meeting. For all those people that are speaking, saying it'd be wonderful, that they'd love and maybe they'd check out the Cove. You had your opportunity over the last 6 months, but you haven't been there. Didn't even know that it's been happening. If you had visited, the city's economic development manager for our neighbor was running this. It sounds like with Miss Dominguez. There's not much produce if you actually attended it. It's a bunch of restaurants that have, for the most part, set up shop in a new location, working in a parking lot. Sylvain's is a great cafe there too. These are breakfast spots, a lot of these restaurants in there that are absolutely competing with this shop being set up in their parking lot. And, it is what I don't live far. I've checked the place out. I've gotten 1 or 2 items in the past. I don't think this is the right location, without a doubt. This is a parking lot that is serving people who are paying rent, trying to, on their busy day, in their busy season, make money and then afford and pay their rent and serve our community. And for what it's worth, I also stopped attending or going to Casamaya after I ordered fajitas, get 2 little fajitas, ask for a 3rd fajita, little tortilla, and they try and charge you for that. So, it's very petty that. And like I said, I stopped attending that place, and now they're trying to run a business out of a parking lot when they're not, by the way, in business. They conveniently stop at 1 o'clock around their lunchtime. And for what it is worth, I do attend a bar on a weekend randomly. Now I've got a daughter, so I don't ever, but people do go watch football and maybe go to a restaurant right before, and there is a bar there as well, that this is basically in their parking lot. It's not just for the vendors parking, it's for all the people that are there attending it, taking up all the parking spots, let alone all the parking spots that are being taken up by these restaurants opening up shop in the parking lot where restaurants are trying to stay in business. So this should be voted on tonight, let alone, like I said, like the $500 is an absolute disgrace for an entire month taking up this much parking lot. So this should be voted on, not kicked down the road, because there's no amount of money unless they want to contribute all of their
Time's up,
profits.
Mr. Engian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is anyone else online? Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Last call.
Patricia Link, 252 Ventnor R, Deerfield Beach. I just want to say, it's Saturday morning. It's going to be busy time of the year. People are going to be going to the beach down Hillsborough, over the bridge. You know, that kind of traffic? And number two, I mean, common sense. Saturday morning, that's big beach day. From people coming to the island from West Deerfield Beach. Also, $500 is ridiculous. Second of all, as a taxpayer, we own that parking lot. And if you're telling me $500 for a month to rent out that parking lot, if I had control, I wouldn't do it. Not for $500. Also, not only the cleanup would cost you more than that, the wear and tear in the parking lot and the traffic. All right, I just wanted to say real quick, I don't want to take up your time. So I'm a big no. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Last call online too, Madam Clerk. We're going to close public hearing on item number 13. Item number 13. Commissioner Plout, you've had your light on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I also had the pleasure to talking with Ms. Dominguez last week. I particularly wanted to know what would be different this time around, because I know that a lot of the businesses weren't happy. They were losing business. And it was mainly because the vendors were having duplicated services. They were serving, it was a lot of food and a lot of things that competed with the breakfast places and lunch places around there. So it was supposed to be focused more now. The vendors would be on arts and crafts and flowers and different things like that. So that was the positive side. The other thing on the positive side that I saw in the backup material where and it said, and I'm just quoting this, I can't name every business, but it said in the backup that there were 57 businesses in the Cove. There'll be 55 vendors associated with the market. And there were letters of support from 22 businesses. 16, and I'm just reading right from the backup material. 16 businesses were directly affected that submitted letters of support. And as I read who signed, it's the same letter 16 times. And as I read the end of the letter where the people signed it, it was people like the Cove and Fabrizio's, the Italian place, and several businesses on the northwest side. 6 businesses were not affected at all because they were closed. I also saw in the backup that they were agreed to hire BSO if necessary. I thought the $500 to the city was kind of a giveaway. So that was on the positive side, but so I hadn't really made a super decision in my mind. I wanted to see what the public would say and what my colleagues would say. Watch too much news. And the vice mayor, it's his district. He went around to those businesses. I heard some businesses today. I would not want to have 20, 30, 40 people come into my house and use my bathroom if I had a garage sale in my yard. And have my water bill go up and call Amazon for some more toilet paper and all that. That seems to be a hassle. But what the big hassle here is really the parking, and in the backup, there was a picture. They're going to take up 85 spaces, which is basically if you pull into the Cove and you make a right, it's that whole area there. So there's 85 tents there in the picture. I do have to give Katie Freitag all the credit for thinking about the museum that we've got opening up, because that was the thing. As each person, there's maybe 3 people that came up and said, have it somewhere else. Sullivan Park's just sitting there. Well, Sullivan Park is not just sitting there. Sullivan Park, to lose 85 spaces after we've had a 3-year, $8 million project that is going to open. It's going to be brand new. It's the most beautiful time of the year. It's why people come to Florida this time of the year. We want to have the admission off the charts. And on Saturday morning, when people are off from work, that the 9-to-5ers that want to bring their kids to our new museum, they're not going to be able to get in there. So that alone kills it. Now, on another positive side, fruits and vegetables grown locally are healthy, they're good, they're always cheaper than a store. So that's a need that we need here in the city. So I really don't want to have a vote and just kill this. If there can be some negotiation for the next 2 weeks to come back and take a look at this, I would be willing to table it, because it should be there's a lot of other places in the city. I remember when I first got elected, I went around with Bernard, and he showed me, vacant properties we had, and there's a big thing right there on Dixie Highway and 10th Street on the northwest corner. That's city property that we can't get a placeholder for years and years and years to go in there. And that is a community, and that's just a big open field right there at a major intersection that, guess what? Because the 48th Street Bridge is closed, people are going to have to detour up and down either Military Trail or there. And it's located in an area where people want to save, because of the income is maybe a little lower around that area, and people could walk there or have a short drive or do the thing I hate the most, ride those electric bicycles everywhere. But that might be a place, I don't know. But I would like to see it done somewhere else other than the Cove or Sullivan Park. But that would be an area where people would like to have some cheap groceries right there. So that's what I have to say. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I think there's, again, some questions that need to be resolved or talked with staff. So if maybe they can set up individual meetings with all 5 of us as well in the intervening 2 weeks, so we can have those conversations. Assuming the motion to defer is approved.
Absolutely. And we can get individual direction from each of you, unless you have something that you want to give to us now, but we can meet with you individually and get that as well.
Okay, Commission?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Did you want to
Yes.
speak, Commissioner?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mayor. I just think that one thing that I had not considered is what Ms. Freitag said. And I think we cannot go forward until we explore that. Mods is opening. So what are we going to do? We can't ignore that. And we're going to be, if we ignore that, we're actually contributing to a problem that we know is going to happen. And we have to know how we're going to deal with that. So I think that we really need to look at that. I had not thought about that. Mods is opening very soon. And it can be an issue. Definitely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Again, Mr. City Manager, I think the discussions with the CRA director and the opening of mods and all the variables that we talked about tonight need to be discussed before we bring this back. Okay, otherwise there was a motion to defer by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Shinesky. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Otherwise, it's coming back on August 18. Is that correct? Have the right date correct? Okay.
Yes.
Otherwise, Mr. City Attorney, that brings us to item 17
Item
this evening.
17 is an update regarding public safety transition.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Attorney. Transitional Chief Daniel Morgano on behalf of the Police Department to provide you a brief update on the status of the transition. So our search process for the executive leadership team is complete, and the candidates that have been selected have been notified and are going through pre-employment background screenings and are expected to join the team upon completion. As soon as that's complete, we'll be introducing them to the commission and to the city. We continue to develop strong collaboration and support from neighboring law enforcement agencies across the county and the region. We continue our outreach efforts with the community to better understand their needs and their vision for the police department. Our progress continues on organizational planning and budget development and the foundational work needed to build a modern police department. And we continue to evaluate equipment and technology, and operational best practices remain underway to support long-term organizational success. We continue to see strong interest in recruitment from potential applicants from across the region and across the country for both sworn and professional staff positions. That concludes my my update.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I might have.
Next is Fire with Chief Body.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and members of our community. Chantel Botting, the Transitional Fire Chief for the record. I am pleased to provide an update on the continued progress of establishing Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue. We've successfully completed our state fire marshal inspection, and we're marking a significant milestone in the development of our department. We're now awaiting the final confirmation of our FDID reinstatement, so that's pretty exciting. We've also completed interviews for our executive leadership team and are excited to move forward with building a highly qualified leadership team that will help establish the culture, standards, and vision of Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue. We are optimistic that our executive team will be onboarded by mid to late August, allowing us to continue building the department and preparing for operational readiness. In addition, we're building the department's vendor purchasing network by establishing vendor relationships, procurement processes, and purchasing requirements in collaboration with our city departments. This foundational work is essential to ensuring that we have the equipment, supplies, and services needed to successfully launch Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue. And we're also conducting ongoing inventory and cross-reference of station assets purchased by City of Deerfield Beach. This effort will verify existing equipment, identify any missing or unaccounted for assets, and ensure accurate ownership and inventory records throughout the transition. Each of these accomplishments represents another important step towards our goal of providing exceptional fire and emergency medical services to the residents and visitors of Deerfield Beach. Thank you for your continued support, and I would happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Shinetsky.
Thank you very much. Just question on the state fire marshal inspection. Is there any way that you can give a little more details on the inspection? I know that there are problem areas. I've seen it myself in my tour. I mean, could you maybe flesh out a little bit about some of the problem areas? What did the inspectors say? I know, like, for instance, I know in the trailer, I was told that, I mean, in the floorboards, I've heard that I was told that, like, if somebody's foot went through the floorboards or the gym equipment was sort of non-usable. Is there any way to flesh out what the inspection said in these different fire stations in Deerfield Beach? A bit more detail?
So I can give you a brief overview. The state inspection for the FDID reinstatement, which is the fire department identification number, that is basically on policies, processes, and rules and regulations and standard operating procedures. There's only a few items that they actually investigate and reevaluate within the stations, and the overall station conditions is not one of them.
Do they ever at some point evaluate the station conditions? I mean, people live there, workers live there. Do they ever evaluate?
It's more of, it's not for that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Botting.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. City Attorney?
We are now at comments by administration and legal. No comments from legal tonight.
None from city manager.
You are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
Okay, we go by district during this segment. So District 2, you're first.
Okay, let me get my notes here. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. The backpack giveaway, which was this past weekend, was a tremendous success. I mean, that's probably more people than I've ever seen participating. And we need to remember, where did that start? It started with a wonderful person of the community, Deputy Harold Morrison, did that because he cared so much about pointing kids in the right direction. That thing has grown and grown and grown. And and it was a tremendous success this past weekend. If you haven't gotten a chance, it's still considered a construction site, but the football field over there is really looking good. I'd like to thank staff for all of their hard work and what they've done. It's not just that it aesthetically is appealing. It's a great job. It's a really good for the community to have that there. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and all of your staff that's been involved with it. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Education, we heard Dr. Hepburn talk tonight about the changes that he has made and implemented since he's been the superintendent. And so, and this is good, but we still have some issues with education. And, you know, I like to localize things in our community. So I'm asking that if you are a retired teacher, or if you know somebody that's retired and want to volunteer, but they're doing nothing, just kind of hanging out at home, and they want to get involved, I want to have a conversation with them. My cell number is 954-728-5886. The conversation would be around if you were willing to volunteer. So let's say if your expertise is in math and we're having kids that are struggling in math, that we could find an area here in the city and you do some tutoring to help our kids even more, because even with the great effort that the school system is doing, we still miss the mark. We still miss the mark because we saw that there are C schools and that sort of thing. So if we could get a group of people, a core group of people that their specialty is whatever, and they're willing to volunteer. This is not a paid anything that will lead to pay, but you just want to get involved and you want to help kids. Please call me. And like I said, I'd like to have a conversation to see if we could actually get something off the ground. And that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Preston. Commissioner Snetsky, District 3.
Sure. District 3 is in excellent shape. Number one, I went last week in Century Village, the Condo Owners Association, or COOKV. They had a American Red Cross hurricane seminar, how to prepare for hurricane preparedness. It was an excellent seminar, and I definitely recommend it to all the communities and all the districts out there. You know, we're getting ready to be in the heart of hurricane season. We need to prepare. So that was a great event. And I'm on number two, on my own eyes, I'm seeing the transformation in Century Village of the old golf course, which is now being made into Central Park. I mean, before my eyes, all the accoutrements of that old golf course, all the greenery is all gone. And now you could see it's starting to take shape of what the park will be, the Central Park. So they're making significant progress. So I want to say I'm very happy with that. Number 3, in Century Village, in February, the mayor brought a beautiful flag of Deerfield Beach and presented it to Century Village. And they just got a poll, and I heard, or I saw that there was a flag raising ceremony. I mean, Century Village is one of the oldest and biggest communities in Deerfield Beach. So I want to say to the mayor, on behalf of Century Village, thank you very much for that presentation. Number 4, the Beth David Synagogue is in Century Village. It's probably the largest synagogue in Century Village. In 2021, they put in for a grant. They did security renovation to make it more secure, the synagogue, that area. And they put in for a grant, which is what they're expected, a reimbursement. So they put this in 2021, and they never heard anything back. They never heard anything back. They're like, okay, we spent $100,000 more, and we want to be reimbursed or find out, is there a decision on it? They never heard anything. So I got involved, and through the city staff, and also through State Representative Mitch Rosenwell's office, Chief of Staff Brian Seawright, we found out what happened to the paperwork from 2021 for the synagogue to be reimbursed for their renovations. And we found out, and it took 5 years, that basically the former employee of the state grant facility lost the paperwork. Sort of like, a postman that you don't get your mail. And I have never got my checks or mail. You find out that a postman sort of misplaced the mail bag with your checks and stuff. That's sort of what happened. So at least we got an answer. So I want to say thank you to the city staff for helping on this. Also, great kudos to State Representative Mitch Rosenwell's staff, his Chief of Staff, Brian Seawright. We got an answer that it was, quote, misplaced. They lost it. So now everything is being done to see if we can move forward with that. So the synagogue is very, very happy with that. Finally, in Century Village, there've been a lot of upcry there with FDOT, with the Southwest 10th Street project. They're going to put noise walls on Southwest 10th Street where Newport is. Newport is an area of Century Village. It's facing out to Southwest 10th Street. Well, they said by probably the fall of 2027, they would be putting in these noise walls. We found out that there's going to be a delay on that. They were looking at maybe putting in the noise walls in 2029. Well, Century Village is not happy about that. So I got involved with the assistance of FDOT project director Robert Bostonian, and he explained why there is a delay. He's saying that basically there's the contractor's preliminary schedule is sort of behind. Also, there's still the utility companies, there's significant relocation of utilities within the Century Village East corridor. Also, they're still constructing roadway improvements on the roadway that has to be finished before they could put any noise walls. So they're still working on that. But the project manager, Robert Bostonian, said he will meet with the contractors and also to see if they could update and accelerate the construction sequencing. In other words, they're going to try to accelerate the process. So instead of 2029, they're going to try to see if they could move it forward a little bit. So I'm working with FDOT on this. I did a tour of the new FDOT. God bless you. I did a tour of the new FDOT headquarters, which is on Natura Boulevard in Hillsborough. So they're already hiring their staff. So I will keep on top of this to make sure that Century Village East is informed of what's going on with the Southwest 10th Street construction project. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schnetsky. District 4, Commissioner Plow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be a little brief tonight. I did have the honor of last week to read a proclamation at the funeral of Gordon Vatch. And he would definitely have to be one of the strongest leaders in this city. He was everything to everybody when it comes to helping people, raising money, Mr. Kiwanis, and everything else. I mean, it's unbelievable. I do have to admit that I did not meet him, but I really was happy to not only represent the city and read that proclamation, but the important thing was to listen to the eulogies by the rabbis and by the family. That made me feel like I knew him and how important he was, and the tears in the people's eyes as they talked about him, and the happiness, of the different things. I was astounded when I heard that he has 21 grandchildren and great grandchildren. So that's quite an accomplishment in itself. Fantastic. A lot of other things going on in the city, and the backpack giveaway was amazing. Just must have been 1,000 people there. So the city's headed in the right direction on a lot of things, and I'll talk about it another night. I have a plane to catch in 3 hours. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ploutt. Vice Mayor Hudak, District 1.
The only thing I want to mention is firefighter challenge is coming back to Deerfield Beach. I think it's August 20th through the 22nd. So I know it's on the Bucky Graham and I know it's on the website. But I'm very, very excited that that's coming out back to the city. So hopefully we'll see everybody on out there. Thank you.
No problem. I saw Chief Botting with her one good arm raise her hand. Yes. So two things I want to mention. I'll be brief as well. One is next week is the start of school. So for both Broward and Palm Beach counties. So be careful on the roadways. The school zone cameras do start again. So tell your friends and neighbors that is upcoming, correct? I see your head nodding. Thank you, Mr. Director. That is coming up. So please be on the lookout for that as well. In addition, I believe the county is starting its program. I think it's $250 if you pass a bus, and the buses have cameras on them as well. So if you pass a stop bus, you're in for a bigger ticket with the county. So that's coming up as well. Drive safe, be on the lookout for kids. Always the first week or two. Traffic patterns are different until parents get into it. So please be on the lookout for that. And the other thing I wanted to mention, and though the battle is not over, but a judge in Tallahassee did strike the ballot language for the property tax amendment going on the ballot. Now, that doesn't mean it's over. The state has the opportunity to revise the ballot language or take an appeal. So the fight isn't over, but the first battle goes in favor of municipalities and counties that is not on the ballot as of today, but that could change. So it's to be continued and certainly to watch. We'll know more probably in 10 days, and we'll continue to keep the residents informed as progress on that comes up. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Preston, second by Vice Mayor Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.